Attention in the paddock, 10-minute call to the grid for Group 11. This is your 10-minute call to the grid for Group 11. Pre-war, early post-war, 10-minute call to the grid, please. Attention in the paddock. This is final call to the grid for race group 11, pre-war and early post-war. This is your final call to the grid. 5-minute warning, please. Final call to the grid for race group 11. Our first race is making its way down the pit lane, and these are the first of two races today for these guys for the pre-war and early post-war cars from Group 11. We'll see them now, and also at the end of the morning card of racing, as they'll be back out on track at 12 o'clock, the only cars that we'll see twice here today. Let's introduce the starting grid for you. Starting on the pole, the number 53 of Douglas Stewart in his 1937 ERA R12C. Next to him on that front row, the oldest car here, the number 19 of Sanford Silverberg in a 1929 Ford Model A Speedster. In row number 2, car 409 is a 1949 MGTC Special. He's quickest in the PWB class. In PWC, right next to him is the 15 of Patrick Morse in a 1953 MGTD. In row 3, car 05 is Edmund Russ in a 1953 Morgan +4. And right next to him is another Morgan +4. It's the 91 of James Morris. As we move to row 4, car number 56, a 1955 MGTF. And alongside the number 26 of John Ulrich in a 1937 Buick Indy Special. In row 5, car number 33, Lester Nadell in a 1933 Plymouth Speedster. And alongside him, the 23 of Ken Arlen in an MGTD Mark II. In row 6, car 36 is Gabriel Nathanson. He's in a 1954 MGTF, which has a Ford V8 in front of it. Next to him is the number 8 of Matt Primack in a 1949 Lester MG. In row 7, car 99 is Brad Tank in a 1949 MGTC, and he's alongside the 241 of Keith Pickard in a 1949 Bentley Mark VI Special. And on the final row, the number 44 of Abigail Joseph in a 1952 MGTD, and on the outside, the number 12 of Richard Morrison in a 1939 Lagonda V12 Le Mans. That Lagonda, designed by Stuart Tresilian and W.O. Bentley. W.O. Bentley had a brief stay at the Lagonda Motor Works in Great Britain. And these cars finished 3rd and 4th at the 24 Hours of Le Mans that year. The ERA on the pole, English Racing Automobiles, a firm founded by Humphrey Cook, Raymond Mays, and Peter Berthon, a whole sequence of cars that were very much ahead of their time back in the pre-war days. The MGs, of course, the cars that really started the sports car revolution here in this country, as GIs returning from World War II brought some of those MGs home with them. And a revolution was born. The Morgans, of course, a couple of +4s in the field. The +4 in 1953 was the first Morgan with hydraulic brakes, as the Lagonda, a little late off the grid. Had a little trouble getting it fired, perhaps, as he's going to hustle to try to catch up with the back of the pack. But the field already down into kettle bottoms, so the Lagonda is going to be about a half a lap behind the field when we get the green here. Sanford Silverberg in that silver number 19 Ford Model A Speedster. And the blue 53 ERA of Douglas Stewart, the R12, the C series, 3rd series in the ERA hierarchy. And those two are already away. Stewart passed us in the lead. Sanford Silverberg in 2nd spot. Patrick Morris in the number 15 MG. James Morris in the Morgan +4 up to 4th. Edson McCord in his MGTC Special, and Edmund Russ in the other Morgan +4 by the line. John DeCurio in that MGTF, and then the Plymouth Speedster of Lester Nadell. There's Matt Primack in that Lester MG. English tuner named Harry Lester built those specials. Basically a custom built round tube frame with MG running gear. Gabriel Nathanson by in the MGTF with that Ford V8, the number 36. Ken Arlen and Brad Tang coming by in their MGs. Ken's is an MGTD, Brad's a TC. So far, we haven't seen Keith Pickard in the Bentley or Abigail Joseph in the 1952 MGTD. Richard Morrison, as we mentioned, got a late start off the grid, so he'll be about a half a lap behind in that Lagonda V12. There's Douglas Stewart in that ERA, just coming through the kink. In fact, they've caught the Lagonda. Richard Morrison going a lap down here for this first pre-war. They run in an exhibition format as they don't want to risk these cars racing wheel to wheel. And there's a pretty wide disparity in the performance envelope of these pre-war cars. Silverberg and Stewart lapping this racetrack in the low 3 minutes, 3:07, 3:06 for Stewart. Whereas some of the slower cars, Matt Primack in that Lester MG, Richard Morrison in the Lagonda, lapping close to 5 minutes. So the lap time disparity is pretty large, and that's why they don't run in a race format for these pre-war cars. But that'll change when we get into Group 10 with the modern GT Challenge and Cup cars coming up next. Stewart setting the quick lap of the session so far, a 3:01, a 3:15 for that ERA. Sanford Silverberg in that 1929 Ford Model A Speedster, a 3:07.813. And here comes the first of the MGs, James Morris in the 51 Morgan +4, actually out in front of Edson McCord, just by a short distance. Patrick Morris right there as those three running in close formation. Patrick Morris in the 53 MGTD. Love the paint job on that Plymouth Speedster, Lester Nadell's number 33, with the flames on the front. Here Gabriel Nathan should go by with that V8 powered MGTF. John Ulrich in the Buick Indy Special with a throaty, thundering exhaust note. again, the Bentley of Keith Pickard and the MGTD of Abigail Joseph have not yet taken the track, so it looks like they may miss this one. Douglas Stewart under 3 minutes, a 2:59.7 for the number 53 ERA. Raymond Mays, one of the principals in the English Racing Automobiles Company. Humphrey Cook and Peter Berthon as well. Raymond Mays, though, the most legendary of those designers in the ERA stable. Douglas Stewart and Sanford Silverberg in the PWA class, running first and second. In the PWBs, it is the Morgan of James Morris out in front of the MG of Edson McCord and the MG of Patrick Morse. And the three of them only separated by just about a second. So they're running in a nice tight bunch, as the rest of the field beginning to spread out just a bit. Lester Nadell third in the PWA class in the number 33 Plymouth Speedster. Edson McCord still in the lead of that PWB wave of cars. James Morris, Edmund Russ giving chase. John DeCurcio in the 56, Lester Nadell in the Plymouth Speedster. Richard Morrison in the Lagonda, a lap down to the balance of the field, as he got a late start out of the grid. John Ulrich in the Buick Indy Special, picking up the pace just a little bit, as he's currently running in 11th, but is lapping quite a bit quicker than the MGTD TF Ford in front of him of Gabriel Nation, so that'll probably change before they get around next time. The white flag being shown to this group, as they'll take one more lap. These cars, among the others here, a great reminder for you to take advantage of the fact that paddock access is absolutely open. If you're here as a spectator, you're welcome to wander through the paddock and see these cars up close. Douglas Stewart resets fast lap of the race, a 2:58.1 in that number 53 ERA, R12. Sanford Silverberg, best of the rest, a 3:07.1, his best lap in that Ford Model A Speedster. The ERA climbing the hill up toward the Corvette Bridge as he's coming around on his final lap. Edmund Russ moving up to 4th overall. Edson McCord still leading the PWBs, with Russ now up to 2nd in the one of the Morgan Plus 4s. James Morris, though, only about 3 seconds behind him in the other Plus 4. Patrick Morse leading the PWC class in the number 15 MGTD 1953. John DeCurcio in the 56 MGTF across the line, as is Matt Primack in that Leicester MG. Douglas Stewart sees the checkers here at start-finish. Sanford Silverberg should be next in the order, or one of the lapped cars. Yeah, the 26th, the first car a lap down, John Ulrich in the PWA Buick Indy Special. In the second place runners, Sanford Silverberg across the line, about 24 seconds behind Douglas Stewart in the ERA. There's the Lagonda, that V12 motor. The 99 of Brad Tank, a lap down. Ken Arlen also across the line in the 23 MGTD. Ten-minute call to the grid for Race Group 10, Modern GT and Challenge Group. This is your 10-minute call to the grid, please. Race Group 10, 10 minutes on the grid, please. Double checkers for the 409 of Edson McCord as he comes across the line, setting his fastest lap on the last lap at a 3:31.2 in that MGTC special, out in front of Edmund Russ by just about a second and a half in his Morgan Plus 4. James Morris in the other Morgan, another second and a half back. Then Patrick Morris in the MGTD, about 2.5 seconds behind James Morris. John DeCurcio in the number 56 MGTF, climbing the hill. And right behind him, Matt Primack in that 1949 Leicester MG. Lester Adele across the line in the pit lane as he took the checkers in the pit lane. So it looks like all the cars have seen the checkers. Thanks again to all of our owners and drivers of these beautiful pre-war and early post-war cars. We'll see them again just before the lunch break coming up at 12 o'clock today. But next up, the Modern GT Challenge and Cup Cars Group 10, just about 5 minutes away. And attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for Group 10, Modern GT Challenge and Cup Cars. This is your final call to the grid. Final call to the grid, please. Eric Miller hosting the celebrations down in Victory Circle throughout the day today. Just remember that the final Best in Show judging for the Sports Car Concours will be held down near Victory Circle at about 11:30 this morning. So that's when the judging will begin for the Best in Show. I believe there's a People's Choice Award. You can cast your ballots for those as well. And here come the cars for our first race of the morning for the Group 10 Group Modern GT and Challenge Cup. This will be the last time we'll see these cars today. Starting on the pole, the number 74 Porsche 3.8 liter Cup car of Keith Clark in the number 74. Next to him is the 46 of Mark Bowden in his BMW M3 E46. In row 2, car number 8 is Brian Carlson in a Chevy Camaro Z28. Next to him, Jimmy McGlynn in the number 110 Porsche 3.6 liter Cup car. John Contardi next to, in the next row, row 3, in the number 120 3.8 liter Porsche Cup, and the 331 of Nick Pekarski in the 3.6 liter Porsche Cup. In row 4, car 43, Howard Swig in his 3.6 liter Porsche. Peter Cunningham in the number 42 Acura TSX. In row 5, car 20, Robert G in a Porsche Cayman S, and the 194 of Anthony Stevens in a 3.6 liter Porsche Cup car. In row 6, car 288 is a 3.6 liter Porsche. That's Doug Karen. Next to him, Eric Polupchuk in the number 24 BMW 335i E92. In row 7, the 497 of Colin Schmitz in a Porsche Cayman S, and the number 338 of Lawrence Trunk Jr. in another Cayman. In row 8, car number 53, Matthew O'Toole, not racing for awards in his 2021 BMW M2. Seb Coppola in the GT3A number 28 Ferrari 458 Challenge. John Whitaker inside of row 9 in the number 88, a Honda Civic FK7 TCR car. Next to him, the 191 of Thomas Hayes and a 1971 Porsche 911. In row 10, Max Fedler in the number 5 car. Max driving a 2015 BMW M240. Craig Crass alongside in the number 36, 2014 Kia Optima GTS from the TCR class. Another Class X car not racing for awards is the 35 of Tom O'Toole in his 2021 BMW M2. Fred Benedict alongside in the 128, a 2017 Ford Mustang FP350S. In row 12, the 45 of Gianluca Camplone in a 3.8 liter Porsche Cup car. The 4 of Danny Stewart alongside in a 2018 Audi RS3 LMS from the TCR class. Row 13 has Paul Hamm in the 881, a 1999 BMW Z3M, alongside the 896 of Tanner Market in a 1992 Porsche 968. In row 14, the 17 of Steve Simzek in a 2011 Nissan 370Z. Brian Hunter in the number 37 Acura NSX, first generation NSX, outside of row 14. In row 15, the 061 of Patrick Kroll in a 96 BMW M3 E36. John Snyder alongside in the 14 BMW M3 E36. In row 16, the 95 of Adam Karen in a 95 Porsche 3.6 liter Cup car. He's next to the 33 of Chris Higgins in a 1998 Panos GT RA. In row 17, the 41 of Richard York in a 2000 Ferrari 360 Challenge car, and the 44 of Scott Tyler in a 2018 Audi R8 LMS GT4 Evo 2, and alone. In row 18 is the 131 of Jim Bader in another 2000 Panos GTS. As the field working its way through the kink, down into Kettle Bottoms, heading toward the Canada corner. As the front row of Keith Clark and Mark Bowden right behind the pace car, as they are just now apexing Canada corner, as the field beginning to stack up and pack up. Coming to the start of our first race of the day after the exhibition for the pre-war and post-war cars. Keith Clark setting the quickest time in yesterday's qualifying race, a 2:18.1. Mark Bowden right behind him at a 2:20.6. Brian Carlson had a 2:21.4. Jimmy McGlynn a 2:21.8. So closely packed at the front. Bowden, of course, the principal of Fall Line Motorsports with the Fall Line livery on that BMW. As Keith Clark climbs the hill with a nose ahead as the starter looks him over. We wait for the green, and there it is, a late green. Keith Clark and Mark Bowden side by side as they make the run down the hill. Brian Carlson in that Z28, Jimmy McGlynn alongside him in another of the Porsches. And it looks like Keith Clark is going to lead the field through turn number 1. Oh, we got a couple cars going side by side there at the back of the pack. A little brake lock up, but Clark with the advantage over the BMW of Bowden. Carlson losing that third spot as Jimmy McGlynn has gotten around him in the 110 Porsche to take over third spot. Carlson and Nick Pekarsky right there behind them as they head down the hill toward turn number 5 for the first time. The pole sitter Clark with Bowden right behind. Some good side-by-side racing for about 5th and 6th as the car goes a little bit wide off to the exit of turn 5. But up the hill they come, nose to tail at the front. Mark Bowden looking for a way around that Porsche as they exit turn 7. Down Hurry Downs. Bowden thinks about diving down to the inside, but Clark a little too late on the brakes, and Bowden doesn't have that opening, but he gets a good opportunity to go into the carousel turn right on the heel of that Porsche. And those two beginning to draw away from the chasing pack as they exit the carousel turn under the Mission Foods Bridge, by the beach, and into the kink they come. Maybe 5 car lengths separating those two as they make their way through Kettle Bottoms down toward Canada Corner. Carlson coming under attack from Nick Pekarsky as Jimmy McGlynn already up into that third spot and beginning to pull away from the Z28 of Brian Carlson. Pretty good battle just behind them too, John Contardi and Peter Cunningham. But up the hill they come to complete race lap number 1. Clark setting fast lap with about a 1 second gap over Mark Bowden. Jimmy McGlynn in 3rd, Brian Carlson 4th, Pekarsky 5th, Contardi and Swig 6th and 7th. Peter Cunningham back to 8th now. Robert G. and Eric Polupchuk, your top 10. As the field beginning to string out single file now as the lead battle down into turn number 3. Carson, coming under attack from Nick Pekarsky just behind. Down into turn 3, Pekarsky can't quite find a way by that Camaro Z28. Keith Clark with a little breathing room over Mark Bowden this time. But the best battle's the one for 4th, pretty much a 4-car battle. Carlson, Pekarsky, and Contardi. And not that far behind is Howard Swig in the number 43 Porsche. Jimmy McGlynn has been able to pull away from the battle behind. So he's got a little bit of an advantage in that 3rd spot, but he is well back of the Keith Clark-Mark Bowden duo, stretching their advantage in the GT3B category. Jimmy McGlynn in GT3C. Carlson in the Camaro in the same class as the lead 2. So he's running on the podium in the B category. Great battle down into Canada Corner as Nick Pekarsky dives down to the inside, side by side now with Brian Carlson in this battle for 4th place. There's McGlynn, and then here comes that battle still side by side as they exit Thunder Valley. And it Looks like Pekarski might have gotten that pass done as they exit turn 14. Let's see if Carlson can snuggle right up on the back of that Porsche and draft his way back by on the run down toward turn 1. So Pekarski up into 4th spot. Carlson back to 5th. Thought about it going into turn 1, but fell back in single file as they head over the Aarons Tunnel and down toward turn 3. John Howard Swig in the number 43, that orange 43, beginning to close down on that battle as well. McGlynn, Pekarski, and then Carlson under the Sargento Bridge. Down the Marine sweep into turn 5. Those three just about equally spaced. McGlynn, Pekarski, and Carlson, and Cantardi right there as well. As they head through turn 6 down into 7. Two Porsches gradually beginning to draw away from the Camaro of Brian Carlson. So McGlynn and Pekarski setting sail. And if anything, Pekarski looks like the race he won here, as he's right on the back of Jimmy McGlynn in that battle for 3rd spot. And that's for 1st place in the GT3C class. So that's a lead battle for their category. Down through Kettle Bottoms, making the run to turn 12, Canada Corner. Good nose-to-tail battle there for 3rd and 4th. Through the Bill Mitchell Bend, sweeping right out to the edge of the access road there. Meanwhile, Keith Clark comes by, resetting fast lap of the race, a 2:17.6. That's faster than he ran in the qualifying race yesterday. Mark Bowden about 3 seconds behind, 2nd in that BMW. McGlynn and Pekarski, though, separated by less than 1/10 of a second, and they're side by side coming into turn number 1. Still a side-by-side battle. As they go side by side, that gives a fresh hope to Brian Carlson in the Camaro, as that will slow them down a bit, maybe give him a shot to get a run at him, as they've dropped Cantardi a little further back. Howard Swig there in the distance as well. Down into turn 5. That Camaro beginning to show its muscle here down the hill at the Marine sweep. Pekarski, McGlynn, Carlson, Cantardi. And then a little gap, about a 4-second gap back to Howard Swig, as the Honda making his way down the pit lane. So an early retirement for John Whitaker in that number 88 Honda TCR car. Keith Clark and Mark Bowden flash by our vantage point. Bowden setting a personal best. Clark just a tick off his best lap of the session so far. But then here comes the battle up the hill with Pekarski now in that 3rd spot, McGlynn in 4th. Still Carlson fifth, Cantardi in sixth. And waiting for Howard Swig in that number 43 to cross the line. There he is. There's Petey Cunningham in the number 42 Acura in eighth. Robert G in the first of the Caymans in the GT5 class, leading his class. Pekarsky, McGlynn, and Carlson just about equally spaced as they come down the hill toward turn 5. But Carlson gets a good run in that Camaro down into the braking zone for turn 5, and he's able to close right up on the back of Jimmy McGlynn. Jim Cantardi in the 120, dropping back just a touch at the line. He was about 2.5 seconds behind that 3-car battle for third spot. Pekarsky and McGlynn battling for the lead in GT3C. The advantage going to Pekarsky, and once again the Camaro of Carlson right on the back of Jimmy McGlynn as they head down into turn 8. They make the push into the carousel turn. Pekarsky gets a good run through the carousel. He's able to stretch his advantage just a bit over McGlynn and Carlson. Should see the white flag this time by, indicating 1 lap to go for these drivers. By the time they get down to the exit of Canada Corner, the three are about equally spaced. It looks like, Pekarsky able to build up a bit of an advantage, but that evaporates by the time they get down to Canada. As our leader already by, Keith Clark seeing the white flag. Mark Bowden now about 6.5 seconds behind. And then a bit of a gap back to this battle we've been following, as Pekarsky climbs the hill and sees the white flag. Jimmy McGlynn set a personal best, trying to keep up, and Brian Carlson also setting a personal best on that last lap. Carlson right on the tail of Jimmy McGlynn as they head into turn 1, over the Aaron's Tunnel down toward turn 3. See if Carlson's got anything up his sleeve for this final lap. As this Camaro in a sea of Porsches here at the front of this field. Mark Bowden, the only other non-Porsche in that BMW. Carlson thinks about it down into turn 5, right on the rear wing of Jimmy McGlynn. Still right there as they head under the Corvette bridge. It's a section of the racetrack where Carlson's car really seems to come alive as they come out of turn 6 through 7. Down into turn 8. Not close enough to pull the trigger here. As Pekarsky clinging to that third spot and the lead in his class, GT3C. Through the carousel, Pekarsky's car working really well. He's able to stretch the advantage as that car's showed good grip through the carousel turn. And Carlson right on the heels of Jimmy McGlynn as they head through the kink for the final time at speed down toward Canada Corner. Line astern through Canada, not close enough to make a bid is Brian Carlson. The checkered flag in the air for Keith Clark as he takes the win in GT3B. Mark Bowden takes second place honors in class. Margin of victory, 6.5 seconds. And here comes the GT3C leader, Nick Pekarsky, as he climbs the hill and takes the checkers. Jimmy McGlynn second in GT3C in the 110. Brian Carlson finishes third in GT3B. Fourth goes to Jim Cantardi as he completes the 6th racing lap. Some debris on the racetrack, some body work from one of the cars right in the middle of the racetrack. Looks like a wing and some other body work, but they're showing a debris flag here from the starters bridge to indicate to the drivers to avoid that debris if they can. And everybody's getting that done successfully. Howard Swig across the line in 7th. Peter Cunningham comes home in 8th. Robert G. in 9th. Anthony Stevens in the 10th spot. Eric Polupchuk and Doug Karen across the line. Now Lawrence Trunk Jr. in the 338. Seb Coppola in the Ferrari 458. So a quick look at our class winners. Top 3 in each class. In GT3B, Keith Clark, your winner overall, and in that class in the 74. Mark Bowden finishing 2nd in the 46 BMW. Brian Carlson finishing 3rd in the Camaro Z28. In GT3C, Nick Pekarski, your winner in the 331 Porsche. Jimmy McGlynn in the 110 and Howard Swig in the 43. All Porsche Cup cars, 3.6 liter Cup cars. In the GT5 category, Robert G., your winner in the Porsche Cayman, number 20. Eric Polupchuk in the 24 BMW 335. And Lawrence Trunk Jr. in the number 338 Porsche Cayman, your top 3. In GTS2, Thomas Hayes in the 191 Porsche 911. Brian Hunter in the number 37 Acura NSX, your top 2. Jim Bader did not take the start in the Panos. In GT4, Max Fedler, your winner in the number 5 BMW. The Audi R8 GT4 of Scott Tyler did not take the start. And finally in the TCR class, John Whitaker in the Honda taking the win over Craig Crass in the Kia Optima. Danny Stewart finishing in the 3rd spot in TCR. Ten-minute call to the grid for Race Group 4, Classic Monoposto. 10-minute call to the grid for Race Group 4. Class winners pulling into the podium. Eric Miller hosting podium celebrations down there. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Group 4, Classic Monoposto. This is your final call to the grid. The 5-minute warning is up. Final call for Classic Monoposto, Group 4. Field rolling away from the false grid for our second race of the weekend for Classic Monoposto. Your pole sitter, the number 91 of Tim Rose in his Van Diemen Formula Enterprises 2. Steve Grundahl, quickest of the vintage Formula B cars in the number 4 Brabham BT29. Bill Walschlager in the FD class number 3 Van Diemen RF97. Grant Greenfield not racing for awards in his number 38 Speeds Formula 1000. Dan Palumba inside of Palumbella, inside of row 3, and the number 31 Van Diemen RF98. R. Bruce Hamilton in the number 76 Brabham BT36 from the Formula B class. Mike Popp is inside of row 4 in the number 13 Van Diemen. Next to him, the 90 of Matt Daniel in a Tatis RC98. Pierce Rader in another Formula B car, the 68 Lotus 69B. Dan Kane alongside him in the number 24 Van Diemen RF94. In row 6, the 70 of Jason Kelly in the first of the Super Vs. It's a Ralt RT5, and another RT5 next to him is Mike Plotz in the number 33. In row 7, the 7 of Tom Pixley and yet another Super V. It's a Wheeler, and Reed Hazelton in a Club Ford, number 46. That's the AAR Eagle DGF. In row 8, the first of the Formula 500s is Clint McMahon in the number 722 KBS. Stephen Adams alongside in the number 59 Club Ford. It's a 1980 Lola T540. Patrick Flynn starts inside of row 9 in the number 29 Club Ford. It's a Van Diemen. And Rick Hill in another Club Ford, the 155 Crosley 32F. In row 10, the 414 of Chris Arrogante and a Crosley 35F. And the Super V of Adair McGoran Campbell in the number 65 car. That's a Lola T620. Row 11, the 22 of Jesse Jurgensen in the Doolan MP21 Club Ford. Dan Rhodes in another Club Ford alongside the 34 Taiga FF77. In row 12, car 36, Jeffrey Tillich in a Lola T440 Club Ford. And Dan Ahrens in another Club Ford, the 127 Crosley 32F. In row 13, the 121 is Jacques Drossang in a Formula Ford. That's an Eldon Mark 10B. And Roger Carnoop in the number 10 Titan Mark 6, also a Formula Ford. As is Jeff Fritz in the number 30 Lola T204. And Daniel Hayes in the Formula D number 92 Van Diemen RF92. In row 15, car 47, John McMurray in a Formula Ford. It's a Royale RP3. Jason Martin alongside in the number 69 Formula 500. That's a Red Devil RD Eagle. In row 16, car 51, Thomas Roca in a Club Ford at Crosley 32F. Rod Bolhouse alongside in the number 189 Club Ford, a Lola T642. Vintage Formula Ford of Tom Linton starts inside of row 17. The number 71 is a Winkleman WFD1. Tom Porter in car number 5 is in a Club Ford, a Taiga FF78. Row 16 is the number 8 of Ben Holsom in a Formula Ford, a Lexus. Glenn Tilke in another Formula 500 car, the 00 Phantom Mark 1. In the 19th row, the 66 of James Buchanan in a Merlin Mark 11. And John Luxon in a Formula Ford number 49 Piper DF2. In row 20 is Sharon Fry in the number 93 Van Diemen, and Charles Blanford in the number 21 Cooper Formula Junior. Jimmy Vassar at the tail of the field in the number 12 Crosley 32F. Watch for Jimmy. And three cars that have not taken the start yet. Rich Stadaher in the 95 Doolan, Phil Gumpert in the 13A Ralt, and Travis Engen in the number 1 Chevron. Did not come across the line. As the safety car brings our front row of Matt Primack and Tim Rose. Tim Rose and Steve Grundahl. As this big field of Monoposto cars working their way through Thunder Valley behind the safety car as the Corvette pulls into the pit lane, and Rose and Grundahl bring the field to the line. Tim Rose in that blue that blue Van Diemen Formula Enterprises 2. Steve Grundahl in the Brabham. BT29. Field nicely formed up and an early green this time. And Grundahl gives chase to Tim Rose, who has the jump in the FE2 car. As they fan out 3 wide behind the leader, but Rose with a comfortable advantage. Grundahl slots into second, but then it's a battle behind. Bill Walschlager and Grant Greenfield go side by side. Greenfield in that Speeds Formula 1000. Walschlager in that copper-colored number 3. A bit of a brake lock up, a little deeper in the pack, but so far everybody gets through turn 3 successfully. Still lots of side-by-side racing as they're still sorting themselves out in the run under the Sargento Bridge. Rose and Grundahl comfortably out front, but then there's a battle behind. Walschlager hanging on to that 3rd spot. Greenfield in the Speeds. Polombella making a good start up into 5th position. Good battle for 3rd and 4th between Walschlager and Greenfield. And a little bit of a gap back to Polombella. And he's got company with R. Bruce Hamilton, Mike Popp, Matt Daniel, all nose to tail. Working their way through the carousel turn are the leaders. Tim Rose beginning to get away in that modern Formula C Van Diemen. We'll see a whole gaggle of those FE2 cars here in October for the runoffs. As the leaders down into Canada corner. Whoa, a deep move. 2 cars trying to split a slower car with a brake lock up, but everybody gets through Canada corner safely. Up the hill they come to complete race lap number 1. Tim Rose stretching his advantage in the pole sitting FE2 car. Steve Grundahl in the Brabham. Then Walschlager in another Van Diemen. Then Greenfield in that Speeds. Bruce Hamilton, Matt Daniel, Polombella up to 7th now. Pierce Rader in 8th in the Lotus Formula B. But that battle for 6th is a dandy with 4 cars in a bunch. Matt Daniel just in front of Polombella, Rader, and Popp as they were side by side at the line. Double yellow flags out as we've got a car off course. There's a car off at turn 6, we understand, at the top of the hill. Perhaps another car off at Canada corner. We're still sorting that out, but the double yellow flags being shown around the racetrack to pack the field up. As the car has pulled off at the exit of turn 6, off a spin. That was a spin, we understand. We're getting word for, there's a couple different cars taking evasive action. And one car pulled off driver's left right up against the barrier at the exit of turn 6. As the field coming down the hill into turn 8. See the safety vehicle there at Canada corner as we have another car off there as well. Just past the apex there. That's the 24 car Off at Canada, Dan Kane and his Van Diemen. Kane did not come around for that last lap, and I'm guessing Dan Rhodes is the car off at turn 6, as he has not come by as well. So 2 incidents on that first lap involving Dan Kane and Dan Rhodes. 2 separate incidents. And we're getting a look at our drone shot here. We're testing a drone here this weekend. Great to have that beautiful viewpoint here of these cars making their way down the front straightaway. So Tim Rose still your leader. Steve Grundahl in second, Rose leading the modern Formula C class. Grundahl leading the vintage Formula Bs. Grant Greenfield not running for awards in that Formula 1000 car in third. Bill Walschlager leading modern Formula D in the number 3 Van Diemen. R. Bruce Hamilton second among the vintage Formula Bs in the 76 Brabham. Second in modern Formula D, Matt Daniel. Pierce Rader, third of the Formula Bs in the 68 Lotus. Dan Palambella in the number 31 Formula D car in 8th. Mike Pop 9th in another Formula D car. Jason Kelly, first of the Super Vs, the Ralt RT5, number 70 in 10th. Mike Plotz in another Super V right behind him in the 33 Ralt. Clint McMahon leading Formula 500 in 12th. Reed Hazelton, quickest of the Club Fords in the number 46 AAR Eagle, with Jesse Jurgensen in the 22 Dulon, second among the Club Fords. Third place in Super Vs is Adair McCorrin Campbell in the 65 Lola T620. Fourth in Super Vs, right behind him, Tom Pixley in the 7. Jacques Tressang, first of the vintage Formula Fords in the 121 Eldon, Mark 10. Second in vintage Formula Ford is Roger Carnoup in the 10, back in 21st position. Third, Jeff Fritz, right behind him in the number 30 Lola. Second in the F5s is Jason Martin in the Red Devil, the number 69. Charles Benford, the only Formula Junior in the field, in that number 21 Cooper T56 Formula Junior. Glenn Tilke, third of the Formula 500s, back in 38th position in his Phantom Mark 1. Attention in the paddock, 15-minute warning for Group 9, Modern GT and American Stock Cars. 15-minute warning for Group 9. This is your 15-minute call to the grid, please. Looks like we've got both cars cleared, and we're anticipating going green this time by, as we're coming up on 10 minutes into this race. Tim Rose, the only modern Formula C car in the field. The other singletons, the Formula Junior of Charles Bamford, the only Formula Junior. The modern Formula Fords, John Luxon in the 49 Piper, the only one of those. Grant Greenfield, the only X-Class car, which means he's not eligible for awards in the Speeds Formula 1000. Green flag already in the air as Tim Rhodes brings the field to the line. Steve Grundahl, Grant Greenfield, side by side for third and fourth though. Walschlager. Bruce Hamilton going side by side as they head down toward turn number 1. There's Rose and Grundahl, then the Speeds of Greenfield, and then that battle we've been following for fourth and fifth. As Bruce Hamilton has gotten around Bill Walschlager to take over that fourth spot. Pierce Rader right up there as well in that Lotus, so he got a great restart in the Formula Bs. So shuffling the order just a little bit. Good battle for second. Steve Grundahl in that 1969 Brabham BT29 Formula B car. And Grant Greenfield in the 2003 Speeds Formula 1000 with the motorcycle power plant. And a little bit of a gap back to Bruce Hamilton in that orange number 76 Brabham BT36. Pierce Rader right behind him as he got the jump on Matt Daniel off the restart in that 68 Lotus 69B. Here they go side by side. Rader dives down to the inside. Can't quite make it happen. And he falls back in single file behind our Bruce Hamilton. Good second place battle. Grundahl and Greenfield climb the hill. Greenfield tucking right into the draft. And he pops to the outside. Grundahl falls back to third at the line, but he's got a little better top end speed. But the battle behind him between the two Formula B runners, that's for class. Second and third in class. Bruce Hamilton and Pierce Rader. But Grundahl and Greenfield continue their battle. Grundahl able to draft back by Greenfield, who was in front at the line by 19 thousandths of a second. Rose drawing away at the front, but Grundahl able to hang on, but the Hamilton-Rader battle for second and third in Formula B is a dandy. Bill Walschlager back to sixth in the modern Formula D leader. Matt Daniel right behind him, and Dan Polombella with Mike Pop. 4 Formula D cars all in a row. But a good battle for second and a good battle for fourth and fifth. The second place battle not for class. Greenfield not eligible for awards in the speeds. But Steve Grundahl leading the Formula Bs. Bruce Hamilton getting a little breathing room now as he's been able to draw away from Pierce Rader. Hamilton in the Brabham, the BT36, Rader in the Lotus 69B. Rader gets a great run down through Kettle Bottoms, however, and closes right back. Oh, Hamilton goes wide at the exit of Canada. That's going to open the door for Rader, and he takes the position. So Pierce Rader moves up to 4th overall, 2nd in class. As the leaders climb the hill. So Rader up one more position. He's had a great progression. After the restart, he's picked up 3 spots. We're going to see 1 to go next time by. As this battle continues for 2nd spot. 2 very different generation cars. $30 years apart in their history. Rose flashes under the Sargento Bridge. The Grundahl-Greenfield battle right behind. Pierce Rader now drawing away from Bruce Hamilton. The battle for 2nd in Formula B to Steve Grundahl. Bruce Hamilton, though, not giving up the ghost, as he's going to stay right with Pierce Rader as they climb the hill under the Corvette Bridge. Grundahl managing to keep Greenfield behind him. There's that Formula B Brabham with a little more grunt. But the more contemporary Formula 1000 car probably generates quite a bit more downforce and is better through the corners, as you can see, through the King. Greenfield gets a good run down through Kettle Bottoms. Grundahl maintains his racing line and gets through Canada successfully, with Greenfield right behind. Beautiful drone shot here as they come into turn 14. And our leader makes the run up the hill. And this battle for 2nd is a good one. The white flag in the hand of the starter. 1 lap to go. Once again, Greenfield pulls out. And back in single file as they make the run down toward turn 1 for the final time. Pierce Rader and Bruce Hamilton are side by side as well. Hamilton on the inside, Rader on the outside. In the run to turn 1, Hamilton takes the position in the Brabham. Rader in the Lotus falls back to 4th overall, 3rd in class. The 2nd place battle continues under the Sargento Bridge. This time Grundahl off to driver's right, opening the door for Greenfield to get to the inside, but Grundahl's got a little more straight line speed. Is able to maintain the position in the run down to turn 5. Hamilton and Rader continue their battle. Rader back in front. Hamilton had drafted by him on the front straightaway, but Rader able to make the repass at the exit of turn 3. So the Lotus and the Brabham going after it for 2nd and 3rd in Formula B. Greenfield content to stay there. Here comes Hamilton again as he goes down to the inside, down into turn 8. But Rader slices the nose off that Brabham and hangs on to that spot. The car rolling down the pit lane, the 12 of Jimmy Vasser at the Crosley. It's going to see the white flag in the pit lane. 2nd place battle is a good one. Greenfield thinking about making a run down to the inside in Canada, but he can't quite get close enough. Oh, thinks about it again as they turn in right on the gearbox of Steve Grundahl. Our leader with a lapped car right in front of him. In the 2nd place battle, coming to the line as the checkered flag awaits Tim Rose. But it looks like Grant Greenfield is going to draft by Grundahl on the run to the line. Can he hang on to it? No, Grundahl's able to try to make a go of it. And then Pierce Rader holds off Bruce Hamilton by 30 thousandths of a second at the stripe. So the Lotus taking second spot in Formula B. Hamilton taking third place honors. Bill Walschlager taking the win in Modern Formula D. Matt Daniel just behind him. Dan Polambella and Mike Pop all across the line in that order in Modern Formula D. Mike Plotz takes the win in Super V at the stripe as he takes the top spot away from Jalen Kelly in the 70. Reed Hazelton takes historic Club Ford honors. At least he did on the last lap. That battle is coming to the line. Ooh, side by side between Hazelton and Tom Pixley. Hazelton in the Eagle, holding off Pixley. The third place Super V winner, Jesse Jurgensen in the 22 Dulon across the line. Patrick Flynn just behind him. Let's highlight the top three in each of our classes. Tim Rose, as we mentioned, all by himself in the Modern Formula C class. The Formula B, good battle. Steve Grundahl taking the win in the 4 Brabham. Pierce Rader taking second spot in the Lotus by the slimmest of margins, 30 thousandth of a second over Bruce Hamilton. Matt Primack in the number 9 Brabham takes fourth place honors in Vintage Formula B. In Modern Formula D, Bill Walschlager, your winner in the number 3 Van Diemen. Matt Daniel in the Tatis takes second place honors. Don Polambella in the number 31 Van Diemen takes third. In the Vintage Formula Ford, it is Jacques Tressang, your winner in the 121 Eldon. Roger Carnoop in the number 10 Titan. And Jeff Fritz in the number 30 Lola, just a half a second back in third position. In Formula 500, Jason Martin taking the win. In the number 69 Red Devil, Clint McMahon in the 722 KBS, and Glenn Tilkey in the 00 Phantom, second and third. In the Super Vs, Mike Plotz taking the win. In the Ralt RT5, Jalen Kelly in the 70. Finishing second, Tom Pixley finishing third in the Wheeler number 7. In the historic Club Fords, Reed Hazelton, your winner in the 46 AAR Eagle over Jesse Jurgensen by just 0.3 of a second. In the number 22 Dulon, Patrick Flynn takes the final step on the podium in the number 29 Van Diemen. As our modern prototypes, modern GT American stock cars basically next in Group 9. And they are on the grid at this time with the double yellow flag stretching the Group 4 race by just a bit. Just about a minute away from releasing our modern GT and American stock car field. 39 cars eligible for this one. We had 35 take part in the qualifying race yesterday afternoon. Grid holding for just a moment here as we're waiting on the final countdown from race control to release these cars. Pierce Marshall in that 2016 Chevy Corvette C7R. Pierce Marshall's crew ready to give him a little shove to get that car rolling. And here they come. Pierce Marshall at the front. Adam Rupp second in that number 70. And then there's Colin Comer in the number 16 Mountain Dew car. Lance Wiskirchen in the number 33 Ford Mustang. All these cars from the GT1 class. Rocky Eli in the number 41 C7 Corvette. Thomas Erb in the 61 Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR. Charles Wicht in the number 7 Callaway Corvette. Rick Dittman in the number 24 Chevy Corvette. Randy Rupp in the number 32 GT1 Ford Mustang. Mark Bowden in the GT3A leading number 145 Porsche 4-liter Cup car. Benjamin Myers in another 4-liter Porsche Cup car in the 29A. Charlie Peter in yet another 4-liter Cup car in the 166. Then Todd Trefford in the GT2 number 12 Nissan GTR. Ray Bonthron in the number 96 Ford Mustang. Andrew Myers in the 51 Porsche Cup car. Joe Nemechek, the first of the stock cars, the number 47 Toyota Camry. Pat Womack right behind him in the number 11 Toyota Camry. Then Samuel Lecomte in another of the stock cars in the 29 Chevy Monte Carlo. Claire Schwendelman in the SCB class leading number 20 Chevy Monte Carlo with the Home Depot livery. John Jung in the number 129 GT1 Ford Mustang Trans Am car. Brad the Bullet Dahmer in the number 45 Chevy Chevelle stock car. John Snyder in the GT3A number 117 4-liter Cup car. Bruce Leeson in the GT2 number 26 Audi R8 LMS. Glenn Spiegler in the number 58 Porsche 4-liter Cup car. Andrea Robertson in the number 40 Ford GT. She shared that with her late husband for many years. Austin Werner in the number 459 Ferrari 458 Challenge. Dave Bizchek in the X class, meaning he's not running for awards, number 50 4-liter Porsche Cup car. Pierce Marshall on the pole in the number 28, or the number 3, excuse me, C7R. Craig Olson in the number 23 Ford Thunderbird C-Class stock car. Brian Garcia in the 48 Dodge Challenger. in GT2, and Ron McCall, the last car across the line in the 429, Dave Tommaso Pantera. Ike Keeler in the number 5 Olds Cutlass GTS car, and the double 070 BMW of Randy Alexander have not come across the line. Pierce Marshall and Adam Rupp at the front of the field, still pretty much single file as they're coming through the kink right now. They'll begin to line up side by side in the run through Kettle Bottoms down toward Canada. Still weaving side to side, getting a little temperature into those tires, getting the debris off of them. Colin Cober and Lance Wiskirchen. Rocky Eli in that number 41 Chevrolet Corvette. Safety car down in turn 14. Pierce Marshall on the pole. Randy Rupp. Adam Rupp, excuse me, right alongside. Randy's a little deeper in the pack. Starters looking him over, and there's the green. Adam Rupp gets a little jump on Pierce Marshall as they cross the line. But Pierce able to get it done with Skirchin going side by side with Colin Comer as they run through turn 1. A couple cars dropping a wheel off to the outside of turn 1. But Pierce Marshall with the advantage. Adam Rupp, I'll get it right, in second spot. But Wiskirchen and Comer going side by side for third. Comer with the nose ahead. Rick Dittman in the 24 Corvette right behind them. Then the black 32 of Randy Rupp in his Mustang. Rocky Eli giving him chase. But the best battle's the one for third right now between Wiskirchen and Comer. Comer with the advantage right now. Wiskirchen just behind. And Rick Dittman in the 24 Corvette. The top 7 cars, all from the GT1 class. So they're all running for the same trophy. As the field battles through the carousel turn under the Mission Foods Bridge and through the kink for the first time. Marshall, then Rupp, then Comer, then Wiskirchen, then Dittman, then Randy Rupp. Rocky Eli right behind him and another of the Corvettes. As they begin the climb up the hill to complete race lap number 1. Pierce Marshall with a big advantage over Adam Rupp, almost 4 seconds after the first lap. Comer and Wiskirchen less than a second apart as they flash under the stripe. Dittman, Randy Rupp, Charles Wicht now up into 7th. Mark Bowden chasing him. Bowden in the GT3A Porsche. Wicht in the GT2 Callaway Corvette, the number 7 car. There's Dittman dropping off the back of the battle between Comer and Wiskerchen. Then Adam Rupp, but behind him is a battle. Or Randy Rupp, excuse me. Charles Wicht, Mark Bowden, Rocky Eli, all in a bunch. Joe Nemechek still leading the stock cars in the number 47. Samuel Lecomte second among the stock cars, but he's back in 15th position. As we follow that battle with Randy Rupp, Charles Wicht, and Mark Bowden. Wicht and Bowden locked together in a good battle as they head down toward Canada Corner. The Mercedes popping out of Thomas Erb. But meanwhile, Pierce Marshall resets fast lap of the race from the front. Adam Rupp, Colin Comer, Lance Wiskerchen, followed by Rick Dittman, and then this battle we've been following, that black Mustang of Randy Rupp, the 32. Side by side is Joe Nemechek with Charles Wicht. Nemechek with a nose ahead. In fact, Nemechek going after Randy Rupp in the battle for 6th overall. Looks like he's gotten that done. So Joe Nemechek working his way forward in the number 47 Toyota Camry. Up into 6th spot. Front row Joe started a little deeper in the pack, but he is racing his way up into contention here. Nemechek racing away from Randy Rupp now as he's up into 6th spot. Randy Rupp, then the Callaway Corvette of Charles Wicht, Rocky Eli, and the number 41 Corvette C7 right behind him. Then Mark Bowden in the first of the 4-liter Cup cars. Marshall flashes by for the first time, not setting a fast lap of the race, a 2:05.2 a lap ago. But Adam Rupp and Colin Comer with Lance Wiskerchen right behind Comer, about 3/4 of a second. Then a bit of a gap back to Rick Dittman in the 24. He's about 7.5 seconds behind Wiskerchen. But then there's Nemechek in 6th. Stretching his legs over Randy Rupp. Rocky Eli now up into 8th spot as he gets around Charles Wicht. Wicht back to 9th in the Callaway Corvette. So Eli in the 2015 C7. Bowden, Charlie Peter right behind him in the Porsche Cup car. So a pair of 4-liter Porsches battling out for 10th and 11th. That's for class. Todd Treffert in the GT2 Nissan in 12th. Thomas Erb right behind him in the Mercedes. As we see that battle down into turn 5. Behind the Mercedes is Ray Bonthron in the 96 Mustang. Samuel Lecomte in the 2nd place stock car, the 29 Monte Carlo. So Joe Nemechek definitely dominating the stock car class. His last lap was a 2:10.3. Not quite the same pace as Rick Dittman with a 2:09 up in front of him. Pierce Marshall resets fast lap of the race, a 2:05 flat for the 2016 C7 Corvette. Following the battle at the front of the GT3A category, Mark Bowden in the 145, the leader. Bowden in that green 145 fall line Porsche, but Charlie Peter now up into second in GT3A. Todd Treffert in the GT2 Nissan in the middle of that battle. Thomas Erb in the Mercedes right at the tail end of that group. And about a 2-second gap back to Ray Bonthron in the Mustang AGT. There's Bowden with Charlie Peter right behind him in that 166. Down the hill they come. Mark Bowden in that green with yellow highlights, then the red and white of Charlie Peter. Todd Treffert in the Nissan. Thomas Erb in the Mercedes. Erb gets a good run off the carousel. Right on the back of that Nissan, but not quite close enough to pull the trigger. In fact, Charlie Peter needs to watch because Treffert closing down on him. It's a great four-car battle. Bowden and Peter in the same class, Treffert and Erb in the same class. So these four battling for the top spot in their respective classes.
Segment 1, 28.
Todd Treffert in the Nissan thought about making a move on Charlie Peter in the run down to turn 5, but couldn't quite carry the momentum. As Peter's got his attention forward on the tail end of Mark Bowden's number 145 Porsche. As we've been following this four-car battle down into turn 8. Meanwhile, the leaders across the line. Adam Rupp sets fast lap of the race in second. Colin Comer about 3/4 of a second behind. Lance Wiskirchen less than a second behind Comer in the battle at the front, as they've dropped Rick Dittman in the number 24 Corvette. Pierce Marshall with a 7-second lead at the front of the GT1 class. Bowden and Peter absolutely nose to tail as they climb the hill to complete race lap number 6. Peter to the inside now, thinking about a move. Todd Treffert going to follow him in the Nissan. Peter with a nose ahead and gets the pass done. So Charlie Peter takes over the lead in GT3A from Mark Bowden. Treffert and Erb battling for the lead in GT2 in the Nissan and Mercedes respectively. Treffert now popping to the inside. We'll see the one to go next time by. Treffert to the inside of Bowden, can't quite finish it, so he falls back in behind. Got a slower car in front going a lap down as Charlie Peter picks his way by that car as they headed toward turn 7. Treffert gets balked just a little bit by that traffic, so he has to throw a block to try to keep Thomas Erb behind him. Erb thinks about it down into turn 8, then falls back in single file as the white flag being shown to our leader, Pierce Marshall. Adam Rupp and Colin Comer across the line. Lance Wiskirchen across the line on the final lap. Rick Dittman, a distant 5th, still climbing the hill toward the stripe. Charlie Peters stretching his advantage now over Mark Bowden. Joe Nemechek solidly in 6th spot. Randy Rupp in the 32. Charles Wicht in the 7. Rocky Eli in the 41. Then Charlie Peter leading GT3A. Todd Treffert gets around Mark Bowden as well, as Bowden fading a bit here on the final lap. So Treffert in the Nissan up into 11th spot as he solidifies his lead in the GT2 class over Thomas Erb in the AMG Mercedes. Treffert really putting the pressure on here. He's going after Charlie Peter. Again, this one not for class, as they are leading their respective classes here. Todd Treffert bending it through turn 6, down towards 7. Charlie Peter with about a 10 car length advantage. As the checkered flag in the air for Pierce Marshall as he takes the win in commanding fashion in GT1 and overall. Colin Comer takes 2nd place honors. Adam Rupp falls to 3rd at the line by 0.2 of a second. Lance Wiskirchen, who was right in the thick of that battle for much of the race, falls back to 4th, about 4.5 seconds behind Adam Rupp. Rick Dittman, a distant 5th in GT1. Joe Nemechek across the line. He'll take 6th place honors. Randy Rupp pretty much by himself in 7th. Then the Callaway of Charles Wicht. Rocky Eli across the line. And Charlie Peter holding off the challenge from Todd Treffert at the stripe by 7 thousandths of a second. Treffert setting his fast lap on the last lap in that Nissan GTR. Thomas Erb also gets around Mark Bowden, who fades to 13th at the line. Is Bowden losing a couple spots in the final 2 laps. Pat Womack in the second of the stock cars in the number 11 Toyota Camry. Andrew Myers across behind him, third in GT3A. Benjamin Myers, fourth in GT3A. John Jung across the line. There's Claire Schwendeman in the leading SCB entry in the Home Depot liveried Monte Carlo. Brad the Bullet Dahmer in his Chevy Chevelle, third in SCA. Behind him, let's acknowledge our top 3 finishers in all the classes. In GT1, Pierce Marshall, your winner in the number 3 Chevy Corvette C7R. Colin Comer in the number 16 Mustang GT1. Adam Rupp in the number 70 Mustang Cobra, your top 3. In GT2, Charles Wicht taking the win in the Callaway Corvette over Todd Treffert in the number 12 Nissan. Thomas Erb takes third place honors in the Mercedes. In GT3A, Charlie Peter taking the win in the 166 Porsche Cup car. Mark Bowden finishing second in the 145. Andrew Myers taking third place honors in the 51. In the SCA category, Joe Nemechek, your winner in the 47 by 25 seconds over Pat Womack in the number 11 Toyota Camry. Pair of Camrys at the front. Brad Dahmer taking third place honors in the number 45 Chevelle. In GTS, Ray Bonthron taking the win. Ike Keeler did not take the start in the number 5 Cutlass. Claire Schwendeman, the only SCB car in the field. Modern prototypes lined up on the grid as we are getting ready for our Group 1 race. Next on the order, just a reminder for those of you taking part in the lunchtime track touring, please get lined up at the track touring paddock. That's at just east of turn 1. And we'd like you to be lined up or starting to line up at noon, if you would. That's about 2 hours from now, to be ready for the 12:30 start of the track touring. Pre-race ceremonies leading up to our USRRC Invitational will start at about 12:55, leading up to the 1:05 start of that USRRC Invitational, an amalgam of several classes here. And here come the cars for Modern Prototypes. James French leading the parade off the pit lane in the number 45 Ligier JSP 320. Keith Freezer second in the number 20 Zytec LMP1 car. Travis Engen in the LMP1 Audi R8 LMP in third spot. Although I don't see Travis come by. John Gooden in the number 29 Elan DPO2. Joel Quadracci in the Prototype 2 category, the number 48 Orica 03. Tim Roberts in the 213 Orica FLM 09. Just behind him, in row 4, Robert Blaine in the number 1 Honda Acura ARX 01 LMP2 car. Ralph Lamacchia in the number 7 Elan DPO2. Phil Stratford in the 95 Elan DPO2. Jim Cope in the number 21 Elan DPO2. Michael Schmitz inside of row 6 in the number 30 Prototype 3 Norma M30. Mark Stratford in the number 43 Elan DPO2. In row 7, the 55 of George Crass in his Ligier JSP 315. And Tony Smith in the number 15 Ligier JSP 320. Anthony Lisa in row 8 in the number 2 Norma M20. Lee Milazzo in the number 28 alongside in his Riley Mark 23 track day car. Brian French in the number 25 Ligier JSP 320. Scott Smith in the number 57 Elan DPO2. James Hagan in car number 8, that's an Orica 03. Danny Moon in the number 74 Ligier JSP 315. Awais Sadiq had kind of a scary moment yesterday, but the car recovered nicely in the number 069 Norma. Mark Brannon, the last car across the line in the number 78 Elan DPO2. We have not seen Joel Quadracci in his Orica. Thomas Erb in the 03 Crawford DPO3. David Locke in the Store WF1, nor Nick Grio in the Riley and Scott Mark III. Prototype 3 class at the front of the field. James French in the Ligier, Michael Schmitz in the Norma, George Crass in another of the Ligiers, your top 3 in that class. In the Prototype 1 category, Keith Freezer and Travis Engen, the 2 in that class. In the Modern Sports Racer 3A category, Anthony Lisa in the 2, Awais Sadiq in the 069, and David Locke, your top 3 there. In Prototype 2, Tim Roberts, your leader. Robert Blaine and James Hagan, second and third. In the Modern Sports Racer 1 category, John Gooden in the 29, Elan. Ralph Lamacchia and Phil Stratford, all 3 Elan DPO2s. And finally, in the Prototype 4 category, Thomas Erb and Nick Grio, neither of which have taken the start. James French in the Ligier, Keith Freezer in the Zytec, John Gooden and Tim Roberts in row 2. As again, Travis Engen in the Audi R8 not in the field. Field kind of strung out as they come through turn 14 here. As the starters looking them over, and the green flies, and we are underway. James French gets the jump. There's Travis Engen. He's there after all. Keith Freezer up into second. Engen in third. As a traffic jam down through turn number 1 here. With James French in front, then Friesian, then Engen. Then a little bit of a gap back to John Gooden in the Elan. As the top 3 stretching their legs. French, Frazier, and Engen at the front, and then a gap back to Gooden, Klaas, and Tony Smith. Ralph Lamacchia, all part of that gaggle of cars. As we had a car off in the grass. Driver's left at turn 5. And that car has spun. And has continued. So we've got a clean course as the leaders working their way through the carousel for the first time. James French stretching away in the P3 Ligier. Then the 2 P1 cars, the Zytek and the Audi, battling for class between Frazier and Engen. Frazier right up on the back of James French. Travis Engen drops back a spot as James Gooden has gotten around, John Gooden has gotten around him as they work their way through turn 14 and begin the climb up the hill. James French, your leader, over Frazier and Engen. Then George Crass up into 4th, Tony Smith in 5th. John Gooden drops back to 6th, Robert Blaine 7th. Ralph Lamacchia, Phil Stratford, and Michael Schmitz, your top 10. Tim Roberts, I believe the car that spun there at turn 5 in the 213, dropping down the order. The 213 of Tim Roberts into the pit lane. That was not the spinner. Roberts with a problem in that car as he has made a call to the pits. There's your leaders with James French down into turn 8. Keith Frazier in the Zytek, Travis Engen in the Audi, and then a gap back to this battle. George Crass in the 55 leading Tony Smith. Behind Tony, John Gooden in the Elan, the open cockpit DPO2. That 4-car battle's a good one. Klaas, Smith, Gooden, and Blaine. Then just a little gap back to Ralph Lamacchia. And then a little bigger gap back to Phil Stratford in the 95 Elan. James French resets fast lap of the race on lap 2. Keith Frazier, Travis Engen, about equally spaced, about 2 seconds between the 3 of them. And then a big gap back to this battle we've been following as Crass climbs the hill. In front of Tony Smith, Robert Blaine drops back to 6th. Gooden now 7th with Lamacchia at the tail of that group just now coming across the line. Michael Schmitz, Phil Stratford, Jim Cope, side by side as they cross the stripe. George Crass continues to lead this battle for 4th. This is the battle for 2nd in P3. James French leading P3. Crass running 2nd. Tony Smith running 3rd. Robert Blaine is the P2 leader. John Gooden leading the MSR 1 category over Ralph Lamacchia. So the front two in this cluster of cars battling for the class position. Robert Blaine in that Honda LMP2 car. Looking racy there, third in the shot. That Acura, basically got a Courage LC75 that was heavily modified by Nick Worth. Yes, this was the first of the Acura prototypes competing for the LMP2 honors. James French again resets fast lap of the race in a sub 2 minute lap, a 1:59.5 for French. Frazier in the Zytec at a 2 minutes flat. Travis Engen at a 2:01 in the Audi. Crass and Smith in the pair of Ligiers. Crass is a P315 of 2015 vintage. The 2020 JSP 320 of Tony Smith. Both 5-liter cars. 5.6 liter in the 320. Robert Blaine in the Acura, then John Gooden. In about 4 seconds, back to Lamacchia and Schmitz. Good battle at the front of this between George Crass and Tony Smith. Nose to tail now in that pair of Ligiers. As they crest the hill at turn 6, then begin the downhill run through 7 down to 8. Robert Blaine and John Gooden just behind. Under the Mission Foods Bridge and into the kink. Working race lap number 4. George Crass beginning to get away just a bit from Tony Smith, and Robert Blaine right on the back of Smith as they exit Thunder Valley. So the two Ligiers, the Acura and the Elan. And here comes the Acura diving to the inside, thinking about a pass, but he's not quite close enough. So Tony Smith in defensive mode now in that battle for 5th and 6th. 2 different classes, however. Crass and Smith in the P3 class, Blaine in the P2, Gooden in the MSR1. Yeah, Gooden beginning to drop off the back of this 4-car battle in the Elan DPO2. Lamacchia in another of those is about 6 seconds up the road in 8th spot. James French continues to chip away at the fast lap. A 58.9. Keith Frazier in the Zytec now dips under a 2-minute lap with a 59.7. Travis Engen His best lap, a 2:01.9. And then the battle we've been watching with the Prototype 3 second place battle between Crass and Smith. Lapping in the 2:06s. James French in the same class car as Crass and Smith with a 39-second lead after 5 laps. Crass goes a little wide through turn number 1, but doesn't lose too much ground. Crass gets a good run down the hill through the Marine sweep, but Tony Smith able to close back down in the braking zone for turn 5. Robert Blaine in the Acura, the P2 car, the leader of that class. Yeah. Tony Smith, a little smoke or spray coming off that car. Might have been a brake lockup, but we'll keep an eye on it. He seems to be at speed. But Robert Blaine in the P2 leading Acura there to pounce if he has a problem. Ralph Lamacchia comes by some 12 seconds behind this battle that we've been watching. Running second in MSR1 to John Gooden. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute call to the grid for Group 7A and B for Formula 5000s. 10-minute call to the grid, Groups 7A and B, Formula 5000s. The battle at the front of P3 getting a little closer. It's for second and third between Crass and Smith. Robert Blaine right there. In fact, Gooden is a little resurgent here, just as it looked like he was falling off the back of this battle. He's begun to close that interval back down again. Our top 3 already by the line to complete race lap number 7. And here comes Robert Blaine making a move for second. He's on the inside in the Acura. Has a nose ahead. Can he keep it there? Sweeping around the outside is Tony Smith. And Smith able to maintain the position. But the P2 leader, Robert Blaine, looking to pick up one more spot if he can. This time he feints to the inside, and the run down the hill toward the 5. We'll see the white flag next time by. Yep. Once again, Blaine not quite with enough straight line speed to make that pass stick. Like to remind you of the cars for the car show next to Victory Lane. Best in Show judging will be at 11:30. So be sure to swing by and check those cars out. Cast your vote for the fan favorite. People's Choice Award, if you will. But those cars lined up right adjacent to Victory Circle, with judging to begin in about an hour's time at 11:30. This great battle we've been following for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Going to go right down to the wire. We're on the final lap as French, Freezer, and Engen have all seen the white flag. George Class with now Robert Blaine up into that second spot in this grouping. 5th overall. As Tony Smith drops back to 6th, John Gooden in 7th. Gooden coming back into this battle here. Again, after dropping off the back. Gooden in the lead MSR1 Elan. I thought I saw another little burst of smoke or something off of Tony Smith's car, the 15. But he's still running at speed. But Robert Blaine definitely resurgent here in the closing lap of this race as we're on the final run. And there's the checkered flag for James French, taking the win over Keith Frazier. And the battle is on for 4th spot. Robert Blaine in the Prototype 2 Acura. Right on the back of George Crass, who has led this quartet for much of the race. Climbing the hill they come. Crass in front of Blaine by just 1/10 of a second. Tony Smith hangs on for 3rd in P3. John Gooden taking the win in MSR1 in the 29 car. And then it's a long wait for Ralph Lamacchia in the number 7. As he crosses the stripe, taking 2nd place honors. Michael Schmitz takes 9th. Phil Stratford, the last car in the top 10. Jim Cope, James Hagan, Brian French, Mark Brannon in front of Awais Sadiq. As we wait for Lee Milazzo to come to the stripe, let's honor our top 3 in each of the classes. In P3, James French by over a minute in front of the 55 of George Crass. Tony Smith in the 15 comes home third in the P3 category. In P2, it's Robert Blaine by 49 seconds over James Hagan in the number 8. Orica, Tim Roberts finishing third amongst the P3 cars, although he dropped out after the first lap. In Prototype 1, Keith Freezer taking the win over Travis Engen in the 12 Audi. In the MSR3 category, Awais Sadiq taking the win in the 069 Norma over Anthony Lisa in the number 2 Norma. David Locke did not take the start. In MSR1, John Gooden, your winner in the 29. Elan over Ralph Lamacchia by some 21 seconds. Phil Stratford, another 19 back in the 95 in third. Those are your class winners as we are on the final countdown to race group 7A and B for the Formula 5000s. Just 5 of them lined up on the false grid here as we get ready for our next race. On the big screen, you get a good shot of the victory circle, and then right adjacent to it there, the Best in Show judging for the Sports Car Concours and the Race Car Concours winners as well. So be sure to swing by as Eric Miller is celebrating the victors in each of our classes. And then you can swing by and take a look at those Best in Show candidates as the Formula 5000 is being pushed away. Seb Coppola on the pole in the number 12. That's a 1970 Lola T192. Jim Stingle in second spot in the number 75 McRae GM1. The McRae, built by the Kiwi Graham McRae. Only 14 of those were made. Ted Wentz in another Lola Formula 5000. This one a 75 T332, car 24. Paul Dudiak in car number 4 is a McKee Mark 12C, built for the SCCA Formula A category. Tom Simpson in the 5th place running car, the number 77. It's another McKee, this one a Mark 18, 72 vintage. Philip Lewis in the 25 Matic A50 has not taken the start. Good Good shot of our top three from the race just concluded. James French dropping the laurel wreath. As our Formula 5000 cars thundering their way around here. By the way, David Hobbs will be here this weekend during the lunch break, signing copies of his book in the paddock shop. David, of course, a fixture in these Formula 5000 cars back in the day. Once again, for those of you taking part in track touring, just a reminder, you've got about an hour and a half to start lining up. Again, we'd like you to line up in the touring paddock just east of turn 1 starting at noon to be ready for the 12:30 start of the track touring. As these Formula 5000 cars rumbling their way through the kink behind the Corvette safety car. The balance of Group 7, 2 races away. They'll start at about 11:30 with the predominantly Indy Lights cars and a couple Formula 1 cars as well. These Formula 5000s broken into 2 classes, the F5A category, Seb Coppola in the 12, Paul Dudiak in the 4, Tom Simpson in the 77 competing for that class, and then the F5B cars, Jim Stengel in the 75, Ted Wentz in the 24, and Philip Lewis in the 25, who has not taken the start in the Matic. So 5 of them making their way up the hill here. Seb Coppola and Jim Stengel on the front row. Starters looking them over. And there's the green. Coppola with the advantage as they head down toward turn number 1. Over the Aaron's Tunnel, down into turn 3. New leaders, Coppola drops back to 3rd as Jim Stengel and Paul Dudiak up into 2nd and 3rd. Chasing after Ted Wentz as the field begins to stretch out just a little bit. Down through turn number 8. The high airbox on many of these Formula 5000, so reminiscent of what we saw back in the day. Good battle at the front, side by side, as Wentz and Stengel. Ted Wentz at the point in that red Lola T332. Jim Stengel in the McRae number 75 right behind him. Seb Coppola started on the pole in his Lola, back to third. Dudiak and Tom Simpson having a good battle just behind them as well as they go side by side. Simpson down to the inside, still side by side through turn number one. Looks like Dudiak's going to be able to hold him off. Still side by side. This is a great battle here as they're down into turn three. Simpson looking for a way around. Now he's got the inside line in the run down toward turn five. Wentz and Stengel continue their battle. Coppola all by himself. And then Dudiak and Simpson having this great battle. Simpson with the nose ahead now as they make the climb up the hill under the Corvette Bridge toward turn six. Meanwhile, the lead battle just as good between Ted Wentz and Jim Stengel. Wentz getting a better run through the carousels. He's able to stretch that advantage by the time they get to the kink. And then Seb Coppola pretty much by himself in that number 12 Lola. But the battle for fourth and fifth is a dandy between Dudiak and Simpson. Ted Wentz thunders by, resets fast lap of the race at a 2:24. Jim Stengel just a couple seconds back. Then Seb Coppola, and then this battle we've been following between Paul Dudiak and Tom Simpson. Simpson with the advantage in the blue 77. Dudiak back to fifth spot in the white number 4. The high wing on Dudiak's McKee, 69 McKee. Simpson in another McKee, but his is 3 years newer, the 72 model. Trouble with Ted Wentz as he has pulled off at turn 3. So the leader with a mechanical issue. That turns the lead over to Jim Stengel. As Tom Simpson leading Paul Dudiak, that's now the battle for third and fourth. There goes Seb Coppola just disappearing from the camera shot as Tom Simpson brings the number 77 McKee down into turn 8. Dudiak gets a great run through the carousel, trying to go around the outside of Tom Simpson and sweeps into that position. So Dudiak's car working great through the carousel. Maybe that high wing gives him a little more downforce. As Dudiak now up into third spot. Jim Stengel all alone in the 5B category now as the leader, as he thunders up the hill. Seb Coppola across the line in second spot in the Lola. Stengel in the McRae. Dudiak now in front of Tom Simpson, who has dropped back a bit, so that battle has fallen off, as we really don't have any positions in close contention here. With the retirement of Ted Wentz, just 4 cars now running. Attention in the paddock. This is the 15-minute warning for Group 5, Vintage and Historic Sports Racers. Group 5, this is your 15-minute call to the grid. Jim Stengel and Seb Coppola leading their respective classes. Stengel the only surviving HF5B car in the field. Coppola, Dudiak, and Simpson all competing for the 5A category. Seb Coppola definitely reeling in our leader, I think. They were about 4.5 seconds apart last time by, and that's down to 2.5 seconds. So Seb Coppola quicker than Jim Stengel by almost 2 seconds a lap. So Coppola started on the pole, if you'll recall. Let's see if he's got anything for Stengel. As Dudiak well out in front of Tom Simpson, who has not yet come by the line. And there he is. So Simpson dropping well off the pace, lapping about 10 seconds off his best lap. But Seb Coppola is on the hunt here in that number 12 Lola. Coppola and Dudiak both setting personal bests on that last lap, as Stengel and Simpson especially, well off the pace that he was able to run earlier. Coppola really closing down through the carousel turn. Seb Coppola is flying now in that Lola. And he is closing down quickly onto the gearbox of Jim Stengel. Great momentum through the kink, down into Kettle Bottoms, and the run to Canada Corner. Not close enough to pull the trigger yet, but he is right there. Out of Canada through Thunder Valley into the Billy Mitchell Bend. On the way to turn 14. This battle at the front. Coppola tucks in behind Stengel, trying to get the draft here as they cross the line. Less than a second apart. Stengel seems to have maybe a little more top end speed as he's able to stretch it, but Coppola carries good mid-corner speed. We're going to see the one to go next time by as they head over the Aaron's tunnel and down into turn 3. Coppola really carrying great mid-corner speed through turn 3, but this is where Stengel seems to have a little bit of the upper hand, maybe a little more straight line speed in that number 75 car, as he opens up the advantage down into turn 5. Stengel with a little more comfortable advantage as they come down to turn 8, but a lap ago, this is where Coppola could really close the gap, as that car clearly handling well through the long carousel turn as they head under the Motul Bridge and into the carousel. Coppola getting closer and closer. And a lap ago, by the time they got down to Canada Corner, he was right on the gearbox of Jim Stengel. This time Stengel with a little more breathing room, perhaps feeling the pressure from behind, has turned up the wick. Just a little more separation between the two of them down into Canada this time. So Stengel appears to be answering the challenge from Seb Coppola as these two climbing the hill and heading toward the white flag. The white flag in the air. Jim Stengel sees it first. Seb Coppola just about a second and 2/10 back. Stengel setting fast lap of the race on that last lap, so he's definitely feeling the pressure and finding a little more pace in that 1973 McRae. Coppola pedaling hard to stay with him and is right there as they come through turn 3. On the final lap, the battle for the lead. Coppola's car 3 years older than Stengel's. Coppola's a 1970 Lola. Stengel, the 1973 McRae. Last time through Hurry Downs down into turn 8. Coppola is right there. Maybe 3 car lengths separating the two of them as they exit turn 8 under the Motul Bridge. And this is where Coppola is very strong through the carousel here. Right on the gearbox under the Mission Foods Bridge into the kink for the final time at speed. Kettle Bottoms into the Canada corner. Stengel with the lead coming off the fast lap of the race, but Seb Coppola keeping him honest. As they make it out of Thunder Valley and head for the braking zone into the final corner. And up the hill they come. Coppola is right there. But Stengel seems to have a little more grunt in that McRae, and he's able to pull away as they climb the hill. Stengel taking the win. Seb Coppola finishes in second, only 0.6 of a second behind. as those two have dropped the rest of the field. Paul Dudiak just now climbing the hill for third place honors in the McKee Mark 12, and Tom Simpson fading into fourth at the tail end of this one. Although he's recovered a bit of his pace, he had a couple laps there where he was about 10 seconds off his fastest lap, but the last lap was only 4 seconds off his best. So Simpson pedaling hard to make it to the finish. Ted Wentz, unfortunately, retired after just 2 laps. Attention in the paddock. This is the 5-minute warning for Group 5. Vintage and Historic Sports Racers Group 5. Your 5-minute warning on the grid, please. Tom Simpson finally across the line to make it official as our fourth finisher. Just over a minute behind the third place battle. And here comes our field for Group 5. These are Vintage and Historic Sports Racers. On the pole, Juan Gonzalez and the number 11 Lola T282. That's one of one as far as we know, with a 3-liter Cosworth DFV in the back. Timothy Nichols in one of the Nuart Can-Am tribute cars, the number 41. The 71 of Thomas Grunna inside of row 2, and the Relco Can-Am tribute car. Steve Cook in the number 141 outside of row 2 in his Chevron B36 2-liter car. Jim Bouzgalou in the number 7A Lola T294 2-liter sports car. And then William Drury in the 198 Shelby Can-Am. In row 4, the 33 of Jake Jacobs in his Chevron B19. Paul Hagar in the number 80 Chevron B23, another 2-liter sports racer. Tom Shelton in row 5 in car 62 in a vintage A Sports racer. That's a Lola T70 Spider. Brian Garcia in the number 14 A Sports racer is a 65 BTM Cheetah Roadster. Nathan Thompson in the number 124 Lotus 23B. Jeff Miller in the 0 Lola T496 with the 2-stroke Kohler power. In row 7, the 36 of Stanley Fulton in a Lola T70 Mark II. Dan Long in the number 98 Super Performance GT40 tribute car next to him. Doc Bundy is in the 02 Lotus 23C alongside Walter Volrath in the number 27 Lola T290 with the Kodak livery. Ron Pace in the sister car to Jeff Miller, the number 6 Lola with the Kohler power plant. Lynn Larson in the 146 Genie Mark 8, Joe Huffaker's sports racer. In row 9, Josh Bowler in the number 95 Lotus 23B, the 2-liter car. Matthew Getzinger in the number 26 Laboa vintage E-modified car. In row 10, is car 54, Forrest Barber in his B Sports Racer Lotus 23C. Dan Chapman in the number 52 Brabham BT8. In row 11, the 93 of Chip Halverson in his Chevron B36, and Paul Joyo in the number 7 Crosley C5. Row 12 has the 25 of Willis Murphy Jr. in the Elva Mark 7S, and Mike Helgren in car number 57 in a Bobsey SR2, one of Jerry Mong's creations. In row 13, the 8 of Dave Putz in a Chevron B21, and John Coyle in car number 79, another Chevron, this one a B19. In row 14, Brian Garcia in the number 14 Cheetah Roadster, and the 98 of Dan Long in the SPF GT40. AC DeAugustine in the 17 Genie Mark 10B. Andrew Freya in the number 31 Huffaker Genie, Corvair powered car. Jay Stevenson in the 30 Cheetah Coupe. Tom Simpson in the 77 McKee Mark 6, and Seb Coppola in the 23 RCR Ferrari 330 tribute car, rounding out the field. The number 11 car of Juan Gonzalez, the Lola T282, as far as my research could determine, the only one of those ever built with the 3-liter Ford DFV Formula One engine in it. It makes a glorious noise, I might add. Jeff Miller and Ron Pace in those 2 Lolas, basically T496s with the Kohler power plant. The Nuart Can-Am of Timothy Nichols and the Relco Can-Am of Thomas Grunna. More modern conceptions of the thundering center seat Can-Am cars that we saw back in the day. as Gonzalez and Nichols line up on the front row. Gonzalez car looks like a miniature Can-Am car as they work their way up the hill here. There's the green. Gonzalez gets the jump. The orange 71 of Thomas Grunna going side by side with the blue 41 of Timothy Nichols. And Grunna's going to go for the lead here in that orange 71 Relco Can-Am. Juan Gonzalez slots into second spot with Nichols just behind in that 41. And then the 2-liter sports car of Steve Cook in the Chevron. Jim Bousgaloo just behind him as they work their way under the Sargento Bridge. Nichols in the New Art Can-Am at the point. Down the hill into turn 5. Under the Corvette Bridge into 6. With Gonzalez in second. Nichols in third. Good battle for fourth just behind Steve Cook and Jim Bousgaloo in the Chevron and Lola respectively. Gonzalez right on the tail of Thomas Grunna as they head down into Kettle Bottoms for the first time. Grunna trying to guard that inside line, trying to keep Gonzalez behind him. But that little Lola is pretty handy. And once he gets it up to speed, it should have the advantage. We'll see how that shakes out as they climb the hill. Gonzalez pulls out of the draft, trying to get the inside run down into turn 1. Grunna setting fast lap of the race, a 2:22.2. Gonzalez at a 2:23 flat. And Gonzalez has the lead as he was able to draft by Grunna on the run down toward turn 1. Nichols right there behind him, so it's kind of a 3-car breakaway at the front of this field. And then side by side behind them, Steve Cook and Jim Bousgaloo. Cook in the 141, Bousgaloo in the 7A. And actually the 198 of William Deary has gotten by both of them. Deary in that Shelby Can-Am up into 4th place. But Juan Gonzalez beginning to stretch away from the 2 Can-Am tribute cars. Then the Shelby Can-Am. Then Cook and Bousgaloo just behind him. That Shelby Can-Am was an effort by SEC Pro Racing to come up with a spec chassis to take the place of the Can-Am series after its demise. Carroll Shelby and Pete Brock and David Bruns of Swift fame were drafted to come up with the design of that car. Gonzalez sets fast lap of the race at a 2:19 and some change. Then Grunna and Nichols, but William Drury in that Shelby Can-Am, now the fastest car on the racetrack. Steve Cook in the Chevron holding off Bouzgalou in the Lola. In the battle for 5th and 6th. But that silver 198 of William Drury, quickest car on the racetrack. Tom Shelton in that Lola T70 Spider thunders by with Ron Pace just behind him. But we stay with this battle at the front. As Nichols has gotten around Grunna to take over second spot. Nichols in that blue number 41 Nuart Can-Am. Grunna in the orange 71 Rilco Can-Am. Let's see if William Drury can continue to close in, as we've got a local yellow flag down in Canada corner. Yeah, we can see one of the Lotus 23s has pulled off there on driver's right up against the barrier. We understand it's the 95 car of Josh Bowler in his Lotus 23. But with a new second place car, we'll see if Timothy Nichols has got anything for Juan Gonzalez. Gonzalez flashes by, resetting fast lap of the race. Drury has gotten around Grunna now up into third. So Drury setting a personal best, just a 1/10 of a second off Gonzalez's pace. And the 141 of Steve Cook with Jim Bouzgalou in the number 7A right behind him. Good battle for 5th and 6th. But the car on the move is definitely William Drury in that Shelby Can-Am, the 198. Having passed Grunna. Down the hill as he nips the apex there at turn 1. As Cook and Bouzgalou continue their battle. Just behind them, Jake Jacobs in the Chevron, number 33. Paul Hager in the Chevron B23, number 80. Those two battling for position. But Drury continues to show great pace in that gray or silver Shelby Can-Am. He's running second to Juan Gonzalez in the CA4 category. Timothy Nichols leading CA5 over Thomas Grunna. Steve Cook leading Historic B Sports Racer over Bouzgalou, with Jake Jacobs third, Paul Hagar fourth in the B Sports Racer sweepstakes. But here comes Drury closing down on Timothy Nichols. As you can see, the 95 of Josh Bowler stranded there at turn 12. Again, he's far enough off the racetrack, they're going to let him stay. But the battle for second has been joined here. Drury resets fast lap of the race and stays right on the same pace as the leader, Juan Gonzalez. And he's closed down to within a second and 8/10 of the second place runner. Timothy Nichols in that blue 41 Nuart Can-Am. Cook and Booskalu continue their great battle for 5th and 6th. Cook able to make that chevron just wide enough to keep Booskalu behind him in the 7A. Lola. Meanwhile, new second place runner, William Drury, has gotten around Timothy Nichols. So the Shelby Can-Am, who started this race in 6th position, now up to 2nd after 4 racing laps. As these 5 or 6 cars have basically opened up about a 5-second lead over the 7th place runner, Jake Jacobs, who in turn has about 7 seconds in hand over Paul Hager. Another 8 seconds back to Jeff Miller. As the field's stringing out just a bit. In fact, Thomas Grunna in the 71 Relco Can-Am coming under pressure from the battle from behind, the B Sports racers. The number 7 Crosley C5 of Paul Joyeux has gone a lap down to our leader. As Timothy Nichols goes wide there at turn 1, that's going to open the door for Thomas Grunna to close down. And Grunna makes the pass. That little mistake by Nichols cost him yet another position. So Grunna up to 3rd, Nichols back to 4th. Attention in the paddock. This is a 15-minute call to the grid for Group 7C. Modern Formula Cars, Group 7C. 15-minute call to the grid, please. As the 2 Can-Am cars get bottled up behind the Crosley of Paul Joyeux. Grunna in front of Nichols. Ooh, and we've got some body work off one of the cars here. Yeah, there's been some contact there at the bottom of the hill, turn 8. And we're going to red flag this one for that reason, as that car made contact with the barrier. Dave Putz and the Chevron number 8 making a call to the pits here. Just want to report the driver out of the car and appears to be okay in the incident down at turn 8. But a couple cars going through side by side, and driver got off track and made contact with the barrier on driver's left down at the entry to turn 8. Yeah, you can see right there at the end of the concrete barrier, right in front of the corner station, is where the car made contact with the barrier. But again, want to reinforce drivers out of the car. Corner workers also had that right at their feet, but they're both okay. Got some fans watching the action down there at Canada Corner. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a good day, as we are. Beautiful weather here at America's National Park of Speed. For the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman. Brian unable to be with us this weekend, attending to a family issue, but we wish he and his family well. Another reminder for those of you, you can see big crowd there next to Victory Lane as the best in show eligible cars. As we're going to show the black flag, which indicates to the drivers that they can now motor around into the pit lane. The red flag basically signals the drivers to stop where they are to give the safety vehicles the chance. And we're going to show the checkers on this one, as we won't have time to get it restarted after the recovery work. So the scoring will go back to the lap prior to the red flag. Juan Gonzalez will take the honors in CA4 and overall. Timothy Nichols will take the honors in CA5 in second spot. William Drury in the 198 will take second place in CA4. Thomas Grunna will take second place in CA5. In fourth, Steve Cook takes the win in B Sports Racer over Jim Buzaglu in the number 7A. Third goes to Jake Jacobs. Fourth to Paul Hagar, with fifth to Jeff Miller. In the Vintage E-Modified class, Nathan Thompson in the Lotus 23 takes the win. In Vintage A Sports Racer, Tom Shelton, your winner. In Vintage B Sports Racer, Harry Bundy, Doc Bundy, in the 23C Lotus. In the HC Sports Racer, Ron Pace takes the win. In Vintage D-Modified, Dan Chapman, your winner. We'll do a quick top three in all the contested classes. Juan Gonzalez and William Drury, the only two in CA4. Timothy Nichols and Thomas Grunna, the only two in CA5. In Vintage B Sports Racer, Doc Bundy and Forrest Barber, first and second. In Vintage E Modified, Nathan Thompson taking the win over Matthew Getzinger and Willis Murphy Jr. In Vintage A Sports Racer, Tom Sheldon, your winner, over Stanley Fulton and Lynn Larson. In Vintage D Modified, Dan Chapman over Josh Bowler. Josh stranded there at Canada Corner. And in the B Sports Racer category, Steve Cook taking the win. in the 141 over Jim Buzaglu in the 7A and Jake Jacobs in the 33. So a great batch of cars there in the Best in Show judging, right adjacent to Victory Circle. Those are class winners from both the race car concours as well as the sports car concours last night. Best in Show judging will be kicking off in just a couple minutes' time. And you can cast your vote for People's Choice as well. Just another reminder for those of you taking part in track touring, we'll ask you to get lined up at the touring paddock at the outside of turn 1 at noon. That's about 30 minutes from now. Track touring will kick off at 12:30. Our modern Formula race cars should be on the grid right now for Group 7C. We may be just a little delayed as the cleanup continues down at turn 8. So Group 7C, this is your 5-minute warning. To the grid, please. Cleanup is just about concluded down at turn number 8. The last of the safety vehicles getting queued up, and they'll be leaving the scene here momentarily. The blower blowing some oil dry off the scene where the car came to rest. So we should be pretty close to getting back underway here with our Group 7C race. Five-minute warning's been given to the grid as we are just about ready to begin the countdown on the grid for the balance of our Group 7 field. We had the Formula 5000 cars from Group 7 in a race of their own. This will be the rest of the Group 7 cars. Indy Lights cars for the most part. Brian and James French, of course, with their 1997 vintage Formula One car as part of this group as well. Always a crowd favorite. Some Formula Atlantics in for good measure. We're in the final minute of the grid countdown for our Group 7 finale of the weekend. Here comes the field. Hans Peter in the 66 Swift 016 Formula Atlantic car. Gustavo Jacquemin in the number 2 Dallara IL2 Indy Lights car. Joe Quadracci in the Lola T9720 Indy Lights car. Number 44, the 46 is Gerald Sikulski in another Lola Indy Lights car. Steve Grundahl in the 7 Lola Indy Lights car. Bruce Hamilton in the 06 Swift 014 Formula Atlantic. Travis Engen in the number 31 Indy Lights car. Mark Brannon in yet another of the Lola Indy Lights cars. Daniel Parr in yet another of the Lola Indy Lights cars, the 27. Peter Ruggiero in a Swift 016 Formula Atlantic. Patrick Donnelly in the number 26 Lola Indy Lights car. Walter Vollrath in the number 30A Lola Indy Lights car. James and Brian French in their 1997 Formula One cars. The James in the yellow Jordan 197, number 11. Brian in the Benetton has been in the field earlier this weekend. We'll see if he comes out for this one. And Dudley Fleck in the Lola Champ Car 2005. Number 22 also has not yet come across the line. James French in the Jordan and Dudley Fleck in the Lola Champ Car at the front. Looks like Brian in the Benetton not going to join us for this one. The 1997 vintage Indy Lights cars, the Lola T9720, makes up the balance or the majority of the field, but we've got a more contemporary 2005 Dallara Indy Lights car in the field as well, with Gustavo Jacquemin in the number 2. A couple of Swift 016 Formula Atlantics. Peter Ruggiero in the 21, Hans Peter in the 66. And then a Lola B02 000. 2005 Champ car, and the green is out. Brian French and Dudley Fleck at the front. Brian French in the Jordan, Dudley Fleck in the Champ car, and then side-by-side action. Gustavo Yakiman sweeps around the outside in that Delara, Indy Lights car. And then a whole gaggle of the Lolas behind him, side by side. Hans Peter getting in front of Joel Quadracci as they work their way out of turn 3 and begin the run down the hill toward turn 5. French and Fleck checking out at the front. And then here comes Gustavo Yakiman in the number 2. And right behind him, a whole gaggle of those Indy Lights cars. Hans Peter right up behind Yakiman. Then the 27 of Sokolsky, or 46 of Sokolsky, I believe, and Quadracci up there right behind. As the field works its way around the carousel turn for the first time at speed. Great battle between Yakiman and Hans Peter for 3rd overall. Peter down to the inside. Takes the spot from Yakiman, but Yakiman's going to try to do the over-under here as they exit Canada Corner. Side by side through Thunder Valley. Peter back into the front. Meanwhile, James French flashes by in the Jordan. Dudley Fleck in the Lola Champ car. And then this battle we've been watching. Hans Peter in front of Gustavo Yakiman. Then Quadracci, then Sokolsky, then Bruce Hamilton, then Steve Grundahl. Hamilton in the Swift Formula Atlantic. But Hans Peter in the older generation Swift, 2006 Swift 016 Formula Atlantic, in front of Gustavo Yakiman in the newest of the Indy Lights cars in the field. Beautiful drone shot of Hans Peter in the Swift. Yakiman in the yellow Delara. And then Sokolsky and Quadracci battling for 5th and 6th. Good battle there between 2 of the Lolas. Bending it through the carousel turn on the way under the Mission Foods Bridge. There's Peter, there's Yakiman. James French flashes by, a 153.7. Dudley Fleck climbing the hill. Good 2-car battle. Quadracci and Sokolsky battling for 4th and 5th in the MFA category. It is Quadracci with the advantage over Sokolsky. Then Steve Grundahl in the 7. And then Bruce Hamilton in the 014 Swift. And Mark Brannon and Travis Engen, Daniel Parr in 3 more of the Indy Lights cars. And then Ruggiero in the other Swift 16. But the battle between Quadracci and Sokolsky, a good one for 5th and 6th. As Yakiman in the Delara just disappears from the shot as Quadracci and another Swift Lola battle. Hamilton and Grundahl going side by side. Hamilton getting around Grundahl to move up into the 8th spot in that Swift. Great drone shot coming up out of Thunder Valley through the Bill Mitchell Bend. Yakiman comes by in the 4th position, and here comes the Quadracci-Sokolsky battle. Quadracci still with the advantage. Steve Grundahl in the 7. Then Bruce Hamilton. Mark Brennan just behind him. As we continue to follow this 5th place battle between the leading two Lola T9720s. These Lolas powered by the Buick 4.2 liter engine, making about 425 horsepower for these late 90s generation Indy Lights cars. James French lapping in the 149s. In the Jordan. Dudley Fleck in the 2005 generation Champ car. Lapping in the mid 150s. A 154.7 for his last lap. Hans Peter in the quickest of the Atlantic cars, the 66. Lapping right at the 2-minute mark for his best lap. Yakiman in the more contemporary Indy Lights car at a 2:02. And in the battle we've been following between Quadracci and Sokolsky, lapping in the 2:04s. Sokolsky getting a good run here in the run down to turn 1, but not close enough to pop out. And these two pretty much identical race cars. "15-minute call to the grid for Group 11. Pre-war, early post-war. This is your 15-minute call to the grid, please." We stay with this great 5th place battle between Quadracci and Sokolsky as they run nose to tail all the way around this racetrack. Lap times within a 1/10 of a second of each other. They were separated by 4/10 of a second last time by the scoring line here in front of the VIP tower. Dudley Fleck about 26 seconds behind James French. Hans Peter about 30 seconds behind Fleck. Gustavo Jacquemin about 10 seconds behind Peter as the top four. Sokolsky making a run on Joel Quadracci. Popping out, showing him a nose as they come down into turn one, but not close enough just yet. These two battling for second in the MFA category for the Indy Lights spec cars. Quadracci being a little defensive in the run down to turn 5, doesn't want to give up that preferred inside line. That gives Quadracci just a hint of an advantage over Sokolsky. Gerald Sokolsky in the yellow and blue number 46. Hoping to pressure the veteran Joel Quadracci into a mistake as they head under the Motul Bridge and into the carousel turn once again. Working race lap number 7. Quadracci eking out just a little bit of an advantage over Sokolsky as they exit Thunder Valley. As Quadracci appears to have just a touch more momentum. Sokolsky goes a little wide at the exit of turn 14. And they climb up the hill. Hans Peter sets his personal best right at a 2-minute lap. 2 minutes, .087 for the 66 Swift. Quadracci with about a 3/4 of a second advantage at the line as Sokolsky dropping off the back of that battle just a bit. James French lapping up to the 11th place car now. Daniel Parr would be the next car to go a lap down to James French. Should see the one to go next time by for our leader, James French, in the Jordan 197. Our top four already across the line. Here's the 5th and 6th place battle. Both Quadracci and Sokolsky setting personal bests on that last lap. Virtually identical lap times. White flag in the air for James French. As we continue to follow our fifth place battle, as these two have been locked together, as Travis Engen coming down the pit lane in the 31 car, running 12th. Walter Volrath and Patrick Donnelly coming by our vantage point. The last two cars running in 13th and 14th. There's Yakiman by in the Dallara. As Quadracci and Sokolsky come by, and there's James French taking the checkers. So only 7 cars remaining on the lead lap as the checkered flies. So this battle that we've been following will be the last 2 cars to see the checkers. As Mark Brannon, Bruce Hamilton, Daniel Parr, Peter Ruggiero, Walter Volrath, and Patrick Donnelly have all seen the checkered flag. And Joel Quadracci stretching his advantage now over Sokolsky, as he appears to have this one in hand for the best of the Lola Indy Lights cars. Still waiting on Hans Peter, our third place finisher, and the leader in the MFB category in the Swift Formula Atlantic. Volrath and Donnelly by to see the checkers. And there's Hans Peter. Yakiman should be on his way up the hill in the number 2 Dallara Indy Lights car. There he is, taking 4th place honors and first in MFA. And Joel Quadracci holding off the challenge from Gerald Sokolsky as they cross the hill. And across the line, Quadracci taking 2nd in MFA, Sokolsky the last car running. So in MFA, Gustavo Yakiman your winner. In the 2, Joel Quadracci in the 44, Gerald Sokolsky in the 46, your top 3. In the MF1 category, just 2 cars running. James French in the 11 over Dudley Fleck in the 22. And in MFB, Hans Peter taking the win in the 66 over Bruce Hamilton in the 06 and Peter Ruggiero in the 21. One more session before our lunch break. For those of you taking part in the touring laps during the lunch break, you're asked to please line up in the touring paddock starting now, as we hope to kick off the touring laps at about 12:30, which is about 30 minutes from now. So once again, track touring participants, make your way to the touring paddock outside of turn 1. If you could get lined up at this time, that would be great, as the pre-war and early post-war cars for their second exhibition of the day coming up in just a couple minutes here. And here come our pre-war cars for another exhibition. Douglas Stewart first across the line. He took the win in this morning's first feature exhibition, or crossed the line first, let's say. In the number 53 ERA English Racing Automobiles R12C, 1937 vintage. Sanford Silverberg in the number 19 Ford Model A Speedster was second across the line. Edson McCord in the number 409 1949 MGTC Special was next across the line. In the pre-war B category car, Edmund Russ in the 05 was next in his Morgan +4. James Morris in the number 91 Morgan +4 was fifth across the line. Patrick Morse in the PWC leading car, that's the number 15 1953 MGTD. John DeCurcio in the number 56 MGTF was next. Matt Primack in the number 8 Lester MG. Harry Lester building the tube-frame chassis with the MG running gear. Lester Nadell in the Plymouth Speedster, number 33, was next. John Ulrich in the Buick Indy Special, 1937 vintage, number 26. The 36 Gabriel Nathanson in his 1954 MGTF with a Ford V8 under the bonnet. Brad Tank in the number 99 MGTC. Ken Arden in the number 23 MGTD Mark II. And Richard Morrison in the number 12 Lagonda V12 Le Mans. Keith Pickard in his Bentley Mark VI, and Abigail Joseph in her MGTD did not take the start on the last race. And it looks like James Morris in his Morgan +4 and Patrick Morse in his MGTD also not taking part in this one, nor has Brad Tank in his MGTC. So it looks like we just got 11 cars out circulating in this second exhibition for our pre-war and early post-war cars. Sanford Silverberg and Douglas Stewart side by side across the line at the front. Silverberg with a nose ahead in that oldest car here, the 1929 Ford Model A. Douglas Stewart in that 1937 ERA side by side with him, the blue 53. Edmund Russ in the Morgan +4, number 05, next across the stripe. John Ulrich in the 26 Buick Indy Special, and Edson McCord in the number 409 Blue MGTC Special across the stripe. And then the Lester MG of Matt Primack. John DeCurcio in the 56 MGTF. Gabriel Nathanson in the MGTF with the Ford V8. Lester Nadell in the Plymouth Speedster. Ken Arlen in the MGTD Mark II, and Richard Morrison in that Lagonda V12 Le Mans. Douglas Stewart beginning to stretch his legs a bit in that number 53 ERA, as he opens up about a 5-second lead at the front over Sanford Silverberg in the Ford Model A Speedster, the number 19. They're about 5 seconds apart. Once again, a reminder for those of you taking part in the track touring, you should be lining up at the touring paddock outside of turn 1, please, as we expect a 12:30 start to the track touring. So get yourselves lined up, if you would, please, at the touring paddock. As Edmund Russ comes by, leading the pre-war B category in the 05 Morgan +4. There's the 409 of McCord in his TC Special with the sort of the light blue paint job. The Lester MG of Matt Primack. John Ulrich in the Buick Indy Special, the 26. John DeCurcio in the 56 MGTF. Gabriel Nathanson in that 36 hybrid Ford MG. Lester Nadell in the Plymouth Speedster. Ken Arlen in the MGTD. And Richard Morrison in the Lagonda V12. Just now crossing the line. Beautiful body, beautiful coach work on that Lagonda. Douglas Stewart leading the PWA class in that ERA was Sanford Silverberg running second in that 19 Model A Speedster. John Ulrich third among the PWA cars in the Buick Indy Special. Lester Nadell fourth of the PWAs in that Plymouth Speedster, and Richard Morrison in the number 12 Lagonda V12. In the PWB category, the Morgan Plus 4 of Edmund Russ is your leader in the 05, followed by Edson McCord in the 409 MGTC Special. Matt Primack in the number 8 Lester MG, third amongst the PWB cars. And we understand trouble for Matt Primack in that number 8 car as he's pulled off at turn 3. John DeCurcio in the number 56 MGTF, fourth among the PWB cars. Gabriel Nathanson, the last of them in the 36 Ford MGTF. Finally, in the PWC category, only one car running. Ken Arlen in the number 23 MGTD Mark II. White flag in the air. One more lap for our pre-war and early post-war cars. Oh, sorry, different flag. That's the EV flag. It's the slow-moving vehicle on the track to attend to the car of John Ulrich, Matt Primack, who pulled off there at turn 3. Douglas Stewart has lapped up to the 36 of Gabriel Nathanson, who's gone a lap down. So John DeCurcio, the last car on the lead lap as it stands right now, and he may be passed by Stewart as they're working their way around the track. Douglas Stewart just putting the pass on John DeCurcio in the 56 MGTF as he is on his way to the checkered flag. Edmund Russ in the 05 Morgan +4, the quickest of the PWB cars. Edson McCord in that MGTC with the special bodywork in the 409 in the 4th spot. Ulrich in the Buick Indy Special, the 26, should be the last car on the lead lap. And he passes the line just in front of our leader, Douglas Stewart, as he takes the checkered flag. Thanks again to all of our owners and crew members for these classic pre-war cars. 1920s, 1930s vintage. And then, of course, the early post-war cars. Late 40s, early 50s vintage MGs and Morgans. That 1939 Lagonda Le Mans car. Those cars finished 3rd and 4th at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1939. This puts us on the lunch break. Once again, we'll have track touring cars out here in about 5 minutes' time for some laps during track touring, and then we'll kick off pre-race ceremonies leading up to our USRRC Invitational race at 1:05 this morning. So great time to swing by one of the concession stands, get yourself a bite to eat. If you're here in the paddock, of course, Parker John's right in the heart of the paddock, but the gearbox is open. Most of the concession stands are open today, so wherever you are around this racetrack, you're bound to find a good bite to eat, and we encourage you to do so. And we will be back with you in a little over 30 minutes' time for the opening ceremonies to our afternoon card of races, starting with the USRRC Invitational. But one final reminder to those of you taking part in the track touring at the lunch break, you should be in the touring paddock at this time, lined up and ready to go for the track touring, which is going to kick off in about 30 minutes' time.
Redman Russ. I think he's on his way right now. Came off in 5, so maybe coming back up through the paddock area perhaps. Finishing in 2nd. I believe this is going to be Douglas Stewart. Okay, he got you. Okay, because timing and scoring has it like neck and neck, so that's what we're going to do. All right, so we'll do Sanford Silverberg in 2nd. There you go.
Thank you.
And Douglas Stewart, your winner. Come on up and grab the bubbly, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Grab a hat. All right. Will you be? You guys have the choice if you want to celebrate by spraying or not. You're going to spray? That's a great way to do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about you? Nice round of applause for your WeatherTech Vintage Weekend Group 11 winner and your podium finishers. Yeah, we're giving up here. Congratulations. Once again, how about a nice round of applause? Your podium in Group 11. That's the best part of the day. All right, we're taking a lunch break next. We're going to go right next door and start doing some of our best in show announcements here just outside of Victory Lane. So stand by. We've got more great cars that are going to get some hardware here this afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to give the show car hardware away. So as soon as these beautiful pre-war race cars clear our victory lane, we'll have you come on over for our awards presentation. All right, once again, we'll let these race cars clear out, and all of you that are here to take a look at the car show and the best of shows, come on over to in front of Victory Lane, and we'll do our trophy presentations in just about a minute or so. We do have a pre-race festivity coming up with a hard begin time at 12:55, so we've got about 20 minutes. So hope you guys are excited to roll through some trophies here this afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, come on over to Victory Lane. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give out the best of show, People's Choice, best race car, best street car. We've got trophies to give away, so come on out over to Victory Lane in the bleachers here, and come on over. If you're a competitor in the car show, you need to be over here as well. Track touring on course at the moment. A couple of cool street cars out there today as well, all weekend really. So since we've got a lunch break here on the big track during track touring, we're going to send this to the masses. So everybody's going to get a chance to hear this. So come on over and get ready to celebrate here the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman. Again, Brian not able to join us this weekend, so we send our best to the Redman family. Hopefully we'll be back next year. All right. We want to thank the folks from bringatrailer.com. They were presenting sponsor of the Concourse and Parade Friday night. Did the showcase yesterday at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Bring a Trailer, a great corporate partner of ours here at Road America. A lot of good stories from some of our guests yesterday during the streetcar concourse as well, including the story about the 1972 Olds Vista Cruiser with a third bench seat, which is very rare, and they got the third bench seat fixed during the showcase yesterday. So he asked for some help, and about 15 people came over, and after about 20 minutes, they figured it out and got the car fixed. So that was pretty cool yesterday. So great weekend downtown. I hope you were able to join us, but want to thank Bring a Trailer. For our votes, People's Choice set an all-time vote record, over 1,300 votes between the 2 days. Incredible. Incredible. Your People's Choice Award is the 1997 Panos GTR1 George Crass. Such a stunning car, George. Congratulations. All right, we'll have the winners stay up here, and we'll get a group photo as well as a couple of single photos here. Our best race car. No argument about this either. It's a 1949 Lester MG Matt Premack, who just got off the racetrack. So he just flew in from Boston and his arms are tired, because it's not an easy car to throw around this place. The best street car is a 1950 Porsche 356 Coupe, Jim Stevenson. There's Jim. It's a 59. It's a 50 without the stripe. It's a 59 Porsche 356. Thank you, Jim. Sorry about that. We want to celebrate the proper car. And congratulations to the best of show. This is a 1950 Cis Italia, John Kendall. John Kendall, Best of Show. Congratulations, John. So what is the criteria to be in the Best of Show and the People's Choice? Have a really cool car. Everybody's got one this weekend. It was amazing. Thank you all for participating. Once again, we'll get a couple of photos here for the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend and the Bring a Trailer Concours d'Elegance. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming out to Elkhart Lakes Road America this weekend. We've got a whole afternoon of racing yet to come.
Attention in the paddock. This is a 20-minute call to the grid for the USRRC Invitational. Group 12, 20-minute call to the grid. USRRC Informational. This is your 20-minute call to the grid. Attention in the paddock. This is your 15-minute call to the grid for USRRC Invitational Group 12. 15-minute call to the grid, please. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for the USRRC Invitational. This is your 10-minute call to the grid for USRRC Invitational. Group 12, 10 minutes, please. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for USRRC Invitational. Final call to the grid, please. USRRC Group 12. This is your final call. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise if you're able and remove your cover as we honor our country with the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, we pause in solemn respect to remember Kurt Leverton, a regular competitor with Wolf Motorsports here at Road America and a visionary in the power sports aftermarket community. We extend our deepest condolences to all his family and friends. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We are getting ready to grid the cars for our USRRC Invitational. 61 cars are eligible for this class. I don't think we'll see all 61, but we'll have a bunch of them as these cars getting ready to head out on track for our first race of the afternoon, this USRRC Invitational race in honor of the United States Road Racing Championship. After that, we'll have the Group 13 cars, the historic F1 feature race number 2 on the day at 1:50. That'll be followed at 2:30 by the historic Big Bore and Production and GT cars from Group 6. Then the vintage production cars from Group 2. Historic medium displacement production cars from Group 8. And then we'll round out the day with Group 3 for the Sports 2000 and Modern Sports Racers to wrap up the vintage weekend here. The WeatherTech Vintage Weekend here at America's National Park of Speed, Road America. Here come the cars for the USRRC Invitational. Philip Taxman. In the number 2 Jaguar XKE Coupe, John Daniels. In the number 13 Sunbeam Tiger, the 16 of Jim Chanel and his Chevrolet Corvette. Avery Stuckert in the number 23B Corvette. Bill Treffert in the number 24 Corvette. The 28 of John Spears in the Ford Mustang. The 33W of Anthony Marini in his Ford Falcon. Rick Mooney in car number 42, a Corvette Roadster. The 48 of Brian Garcia in a Plymouth Barracuda. The 54 of Randy Nonnenberg in a Shelby GT350. Steve Hughes in the number 79 Shelby GT350. Cooper Dubois in car number 86, a Chevy Corvette. The 167 of Samuel Lecomte in a Chevy Corvette Coupe. 212 is John Bergendahl in a Ford Mustang 2+2. Car 0 is George Ballback in a Porsche 356. Car number 1 is Alan Tom in an Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super. Jamie Jackson is in the 01 car, a 1964 Porsche 356. Nick Clements in the number 8 Porsche 356B Roadster. Brad Tank is in car number 10. That's an MGB. Robert Van Zelst in car number 12, a Porsche 356. Then the 15 of Brian Davis in his Elva Courier. Car 23W, Tom Rice in his Triumph GT6. The 33G is Dan Powell in an Austin Healey 3000. Christopher Candy is in car 34, a Porsche 356. Bob Wagner in car number 50, another Healey 3000. Pat Womack in the 57A Lotus Cortina. Then the 62G of Alex Rourke in a Lotus Elan. The 84 of Alex Ames in a Triumph GT6. The 101 of Marcus Cookie in a Porsche 911. The 103 Michael Manser in an Austin Healey 3000. Dennis Olthoff in the 126 GSM Dart. Steve Myers in the 181 Triumph DR4. James Dominic in the number 188 MGB GT. Eileen Wetzel in the number 202 Austin Healey 3000. Scott McQueen in the 229 Austin Healey 100-6. James Coctavi in the 282 Austin Healey 3000. Then the 622 of Jeff Lombard in an Austin Healey 3000 Mark II. Brian Garcia in the number 14 BTM Cheetah. Then the 17 of AC DiAugustine in a Genie Mark 10B. Seb Coppola in the 23R RCR Ferrari 330 P4. Jay Stevenson in the number 30 Cheetah Coupe. The 36 of Stanley Fulton in his Lola T70 Mark II. Tom Shelton in the 62W Lola T70 Spider. Tom Simpson in the 77. Followed by Dan DeLong in the number 98 SPF GT40. Lynn Larson in the 146 Genie Mark 8. The 02 is Doc Bundy in his Lotus 23C. Joe Stifle in car number 3, a Miller Sports Racer. Car 7, Paul Joyo in a Crosley C5. Willis Murphy Jr. in an Elva Mark 7S. Dan Chapman in the 52 Brabham BT8. Nathan Thompson in the 124 Lotus 23B. John Daniels Jr. in the 13 Sunbeam Tiger. Bill Trefford in the 24 Chevy Corvette. Anthony Marini in the 33W Ford Falcon. Rick Mooney in the 42 Chevy Corvette Roadster. Brian Garcia in the 48 Plymouth Barracuda. The 54W of Randy Nonnenberg in his Shelby GT350. Steve Hughes in the 79 GT350. Connor Dubois in the 86 Corvette. Samuel Lecompte in the 167 Corvette Coupe. George Ballback in the 0 Porsche. Alex Rourke in his Lotus Elan. Steve Myers in the number 18 Triumph DR4. Stanley Fulton, Tom Shelton, Dan Long. Tom Shelton, Dan Long, Lynn Larson, Harry Bundy in the 02. Joe Stifle in the 3. Paul Joyo in the Crossley. Willis Murphy Jr., Dan Chapman, Forrest Barber, and Nathan Thompson rounding out the 32 car field. As Tom Simpson and Christopher Candy on the front row in the McKee Mark 6 and the Porsche 356 Roadster. Mike Helgren in the 57 Bobsy. Philip Taxman in that Jaguar XKE Coupe with Jim Chanel alongside. Avery Stuckert in row 3. John Spears and John Bergendahl in row 4. Alan Tom and Jamie Jackson in row 5. As they climb the hill. And we are ready to go racing for the USRRC Invitational. There's the green. Nathan Thompson out in front of Tom Shelton. Thompson in that Lotus 23B. Shelton in the Lola T70 Spider. Looks like Shelton may have the advantage. And then diving down to the inside, the Ford Mustang of John Spears as he's going for that second spot. Nathan Thompson in the Lotus in second, then the Mustang after him. Right behind that, Lynn Larson in that Genie Mark 8. Harry Doc Bundy in the 02 Lotus 23C as we've got 3 cars off here at turn 3. As some cars coming together, going off drivers left at the exit of turn 3. And double yellow flags come out early on here. Full course yellow for this one. As we can see, Brian Davis in the Elva diving down to the inside just as these yellow flags come out. As we had 3 cars come together at turn number 3. A couple of them off driver's left, 1 car still on the racetrack. As the Lola T70 Spider of Tom Shelton, your leader in the 62 W. And we're going to black flag this session. It looks like the cleanup is going to take a little longer than we can handle behind the safety car. So the black flag indicates that the field will come into the pit lane and stop while the cleanup continues. We understand there's a little possibility of some fluid on the racetrack, and that cleanup is what prompted the black flag, as we've got course vehicles on their way to the scene of the incident at turn 3. Looks like there may have been 4 cars involved. I can see actually a total of 5 or 6 cars totally involved, we understand. We got 1 car right in the middle of the racetrack, and then at least 3 cars, off driver's left, just past the gravel trap at turn 3. But Tom Shelton will be bringing the field into the pit lane, as we'll back it down so our safety crews can do their job. Again, this pack of cars making their way down the hill into turn 3, and unfortunately a couple got together, and some cars having to take evasive maneuvers. So as all the cars have made it into the pit lane, we can just tell you by process of elimination, we believe Dan Long in the number 98 Super Performance GT40 is one of the cars involved. AC DeAugustine in the number 17 Genie. Willis Murphy Jr. in the number 25 Elva. Scott McQueen in the 229 Austin Healy 100-6. Mike Helgren in the 57 Bobsey. Tom Simpson in the McKee Mark 6, and Joe Steifel in the Miller Sports Racer did not come by. I don't think Steifel took the start. But those are the cars that did not come back by into the pit lane, so we can only assume by process of elimination that they are the cars involved in this multiple car incident at turn 3. Yeah, this cleanup will take a bit. We understand there's some fluid on the racetrack from one of the cars. Some of the cars are not able to be flat-towed, so that means we'll have to get a tilt bed or a wrecker out there to collect some of the other cars involved in this incident. So there'll be just a little bit of a delay here while we get this incident squared away, and then we'll get this race back underway, hopefully. If you can see the big screens, we're getting a shot of some of the fans overlooking turn 5. Welcome to you all. Thanks for being with us for this WeatherTech Invitational. It's a beautiful day for motor racing, as Jackie Stewart would say, as we're so glad to have you here as part of this gigantic vintage weekend. Over 400 cars here for the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman. Brian, of course, unable to join us due to a family commitment, but we wish him and his well and hope he'll be back with us next year for this event. Eric Miller and I were discussing the huge crowds we had in Elkhart Lake for the car shows, both Friday night and Saturday night. The race car parade from the track up into downtown Elkhart Lake was always highly attended, as everybody's anxious to see these race cars up close. And then we had an equally large crowd last night for the sports car concours judging, as we just made the awards for our best sports car, best race car, and the People's Choice Award, as well as best in show, leading up to our noontime break here. Plenty of racing yet to come this afternoon. After the conclusion of this USRRC Invitational, we'll have the second appearance of the historic Formula One cars for their feature race, number 2, scheduled at 1:50 this afternoon. And then that'll be followed by the Group 6 cars, the big bore production cars and GTs, followed by the Group 2 vintage production cars. And right after that, the medium displacement production cars from Group 8, and then we'll round out the day with the Sports 2000 and Modern Sports Racers. So plenty of exciting racing left to come. A great opportunity for you to stroll through the paddock and check out these cars up close. That's a highlight of all of our vintage weekends, as you have unlimited paddock access, and you'll find that these vintage car owners very happy to discuss the provenance of their prides and joy. And, of course, the cars taking part in the car show, many of them still over by the Victory Circle area, although that area appears to have cleared out a bit. Most of those cars have headed back to their paddocks, so a great opportunity for you to check them out up close as we attend to these cars involved in this incident at turn 3. And the safety vehicle's beginning to pull away as it's wrapping up a couple of the cars requiring wrecker assistance to get back into the paddock. And then we've got a little bit of fluid down on the racetrack that we need to get some oil dry down on and get that brushed off. All the cars now have left the scene, so the cleanup is continuing. We can see the blower truck working its way into position so they can get the racetrack back in race-ready condition. Once again, tip of the hat to the safety crew here at Road America. Best in the business, as they've done a fantastic job of clearing this incident. A couple more of the safety vehicles leaving the scene as the blower doing its job to get the last of the debris off the racetrack. And I think we are just about clear at turn 3 as the last of the safety vehicles. A 1-minute warning's been given to the field. So all the cars lined up here at pit exit, just about to head out. It looks like we're going to go behind the pace car one more time since this happened on lap 1. They're going to do one more pace lap before we get the start. Safety car is just going to lead the field around on this parade lap, and then he will dive into the pit lane, and we'll have a single file restart with Tom Shelton in that Lola at the front of the field. Nathan Thompson in the Lotus 23 right behind him. Lynn Larson in the Genie Mark 8 in the third spot. John Spears in the 28 Ford Mustang. Doc Bundy in the 02 Lotus 23C. Stanley Fulton in the number 36 Lola T70 Mark II. Forrest Barber in the 54G Lotus 23C. John Bergendahl in the 212 Mustang 2+2. Brian Davis, I think, retired back to the paddock in the number 15 Elva. Marcus Cookie in the 110 Porsche 911. Robert Van Zelst in the number 12 356 Porsche. Alan Tom in the number 1 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super. Dan Chapman in the 52 Brabham BT8. Paul Joyo in the number 7 Crossley C5. Nick Clements in the number 8 Porsche 356. Jamie Jackson in the 01 356C. Alex Rourke in the 62C Lotus Elan. Christopher Candy in the Porsche 356 Roadster. Avery Stuckert in the 23B Corvette. Eileen Wetzel in the 202 Austin Healey 3000. Bob Wagner in the number 50 Austin Healey 3000. Philip Taxman in the number 2 Jaguar XKE Coupe. Tom Rice in the 23W Triumph GT6. Steve Myers in the 181 Triumph TR4. Jim Chanel in the 16 Chevy Corvette. Mike Helgren in the number 57 Bobsy SR2. And Joe Steifel in the number 3 Miller Spec Racer. As those 28 cars will be coming to the green as the field working its way into Kettle Bottoms. Behind the Corvette safety car. Great contrast, Tom Shelton in that Lola T70 Spider with lots of horsepower. Nathan Thompson in that much more nimble Lotus 23B. The Genie of Lynn Larson, also a very nimble 60s era sports racer. And then John Spears in the Mustang, which looks like a giant compared to these little sports racers. Safety car pulling into the pit lane. Tom Shelton. Looks like they're going to go side by side, I think. Yeah, it's going to be a single file restart. And the green flag is out. Shelton gets his right foot down. And across the line they come. Nathan Thompson had a nose ahead, but Shelton in that Lola able to power by him on the run. The Genie right behind of Lynn Larson. And behind Lynn, Doc Bundy in that 02 Lotus 23C with the open rear wheels. But a good battle at the front. Nathan Thompson and Tom Shelton down through turn 3. Then Doc Bundy, then the Mustang of John Spears. That yellow number 28, 67 Mustang. And right on his heels, Stanley Fulton and the other Lola, T70 Mark II, just like our leader. In fact, he is powered by Doc Bundy to move up one spot. As the rest of this field making its way down through turn number 7. The Lola of Thompson, or of Shelton, excuse me, and the Lotus of Thompson breaking away just a bit from the Genie of Lynn Larson. And then right behind Larson, Stanley Fulton in the other Lola. Then Doc Bundy in another of the Lotus 23s. Thompson in a 23B. Bundy in the 23C. '23C with a little wider tire, a little more aero. A little winglet off the back of that Lotus 23. But the one in second spot is the one that you see most often, the 23B. One of Colin Chapman's genius designs, revolutionized sports car racing in its day. It's a great long story about Colin Chapman taking that car to the 24 Hours of Le Mans after Jim Clark dominated the Nürburgring on debut with that Lotus 23. And it was kind of a comedy of errors trying to get that car into the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It was such a problem that Chapman swore he would never race at 24 Hours of Le Mans again, and that was pretty much the case while he was still alive. As we've got to pass for third, as Stanley Fulton gets around Lynn Larson in the Genie. So Fulton in the other Lola. John Spears in that number 28 Ford Mustang, dropping off the back of that lead pack. The Genie, the 23C of Doc Bundy, then Spears. As the Lola of Stanley Fulton giving chase to Lynn Larson in the Genie. Here's our leader, Tom Shelton, with Nathan Thompson right behind him. So Thompson in the Genie or the Lola sandwich right now as Stanley Fulton has moved up into third. Then the Genie of Lynn Larson. Then Doc Bundy in the 23C Lotus with that little more muscular rear body work. Tom Shelton setting fast lap of the race on the first flying lap, a 2:27.4. This one should be a little quicker, I would think, as they work their way through Thunder Valley, out of the Billy Mitchell Bend and making the run down toward turn 14. Up the hill they come. Shelton and Thompson doing battle. Tom Shelton from Millersburg, Ohio. Nathan Thompson from Dallas, Texas. Stanley Fulton in third now sets the fast lap of the race at a 2:24.3. Lynn Larson in the Genie flashes by. Doc Bundy. And then John Spires waiting for Forrest Barber in the 54G Lotus 23C, as we have 3 Lotus 23s in the top 7 positions and a pair of Lola T70s. Actually, Avery Stuckert in his Corvette comes by, as does John Bergdahl. So Forrest Barber missing in action here. There he goes. Barber has dropped back a couple spots. Then Dan Chapman. There's Marcus Cookie in the 101 yellow Porsche 911. Meanwhile, we're following the lead battle. John Spires, the 6th place runner in that Mustang. But here's the overall leader, Tom Shelton. Stanley Fulton, again, setting the fast lap of the race from third. So let's see if he can close down on Nathan Thompson in the Lotus 23. As they've already caught the back of the pack, as a couple cars going a lap down here as they make the run into the kink. I think that's Tom Rice and the Triumph GT6 going a lap down in the 23W. Steve Myers and his Triumph TR4 just coming past our vantage point here, overlooking the start-finish line. So it's Lola Lotus at the front, and then the Genie. We'll see 1 lap to go next time by. As Tom Shelton continues to lead by about 1.5 seconds over Nathan Thompson. And then it's another 5 seconds back to Stanley Fulton and Lynn Larson in the Genie. Doc Bundy in 5th. About another 2.5 seconds back in the 23C. John Bergendahl comes by in that number 212 blue Mustang 2+2. Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8, number 52, just behind him. That's the Healy 3000 of Eileen Wetzel going a lap down to our leaders. got a spin. Stanley Fulton went around down at turn 8. He was going around that lapped car of Eileen Wetzel and pinched the corner just enough that it cost him a spin. And he is sitting there, finally gets it rolling as he pulls out onto the racetrack, waiting for a gap in the traffic. Sounds like they're going to checker this time by. Nope. Yes. Starter had the white flag and then was handed the checkered flag, so I think we're going to checker it this time by. As our leader, Tom Shelton, in the Lola, making his way down into turn 14. And the double checkered flags being shown as Tom Shelton from the SO3 class takes the overall win. Nathan Thompson, a well-earned second spot in that Lotus 23B in the SU3 category. O meaning over, U being under. Stanley Fulton with the spin will give up that third place to Lynn Larson in the Genie. And then we should see Doc Bundy. There's Doc in the 23C Lotus. John Spears should be next in the Mustang as he comes across the line. The lapped number 181 of Steve Myers. And there's Stanley Fulton recovering after his spin for a 6th place finish. I think he'll finish on the podium in class, however. Still 3rd in the SO3 category. The Corvette of Avery Stuckert, the 23B, next across the line. Looking for the 2+2 Mustang of John Bergendahl. We expect him to be the next up the hill. Actually, Dan Chapman in the Brabham BT8 comes by. Tom Simpson in his McKee Mark 6. Forrest Barber, Marcus Cookie in the number 101 Porsche. Robert Van Zelst in the 12. So Bergendahl does not come by in the 212 Mustang. So we can do a rundown of our class winners in the SO3 category. Tom Shelton, the overall winner in the 62W. Lynn Larson in the 146 Genie. And Stanley Fulton in the 36 Lola are your top 3. In the SU3 category, the 124 of Nathan Thompson in the Lotus 23B. Doc Bundy in the 02 Lotus 23C. And Dan Chapman in the 52 Brabham BT8 are your top 3. In the GT03 class, John Spears takes the win in the number 28 Ford Mustang. Avery Stuckert in the 23B Chevy Corvette. John Bergendahl takes the honors in the 212 Ford Mustang 2+2. And in the GT U3 category, the 101 of Marcus Cookie takes the win in the Porsche 911. Robert Van Zelst in the number 12 Porsche Speedster. And Jamie Jackson in the 01 Porsche's 356C, your top 3 in that class. Attention in the paddock, 5-minute warning for historical Formula One. Group 13, this is your 5-minute call to the grid. Last call to the grid for historic F1 Group 13. 3-minute countdown on the grid for our historic Formula One race as we get a great drone shot of the victory podium. In the first race for our historic F1 drivers yesterday afternoon, James and Brian French had some fun at the front in their 1997 Formula One cars. James taking the win in the Jordan, Brian French in the Benetton. Nick Grillo was the quickest of the vintage Formula Ones, and he's going to be the first one across the line in that March 761. Robert Blaine in the high airbox number 9, March 751. Then Richard Grillo and another of the March 761s. Didn't see Paul Hagar come by in the number 3 Tyrrell. Kyle Buxton in the March 77 2-liter Formula B car. Josh Bowler in the 1600cc Formula B number 119 Chevron. Mike Plotz in a 2-liter Ralt Formula B number 72. Kevin McClurg in the number 41 March 761 Formula One car. Travis Ingen in the Ralt RT1 1.6. Tony Smith in another of the 1600 Formula B cars, a Chevron B27. Doug Mockett in the Penske PC4 at the tail end of the field. Mike Plotz in the 72, Todd Willing in the 22, and Randy Homal in the 09 did not come across the line. As we have both of the Frenches at the front, James and Brian will be racing again. They're in the X class, so again, they're not eligible for awards in this historic Formula One class. But Griot, Blaine, and Griot had a great battle. And Paul Hagar is there. I guess I missed him as he came by. That Tyrrell very low to the ground might have hidden behind the pit wall here as he came out of the pit lane. Or the false grid, I should say. Kyle Buxton just behind him in the first of the Formula 2s. Front of the field, just exiting the carousel turn as they work under the Mission Foods Bridge and into the kink. As James and Brian French at the front of the parade. Nick and Richard Griot with Robert Blaine in the middle in that orange number 9 March 751. All of these Formula One cars, historic Formula One cars, powered by the venerable Cosworth DFV, I should say. The 3-liter engine that dominated Formula One back in the late 70s. Powering almost every car in the field with the exception of the Ferraris and the Renaults, Alfa Romeos that built their own motors. But it was the de facto choice for Formula One in that era. The Frenches with the Judd V10s in their cars. As this field climbing the hill under the attention of the starter. We wait. Still no green. Still no green. And there it is. The green flag flies. Brian French gets a nose ahead in the run down toward turn number 1. James on the inside, Brian on the outside. Brian's going to take the lead. Nick Griot in the 35. 761 March in third spot. And there's Blaine in that 751 with the high airbox. And it looks like Hagar up there right behind him, I think, or Doug Mockett, not sure. We'll check it as they come back by our vantage point. Brian leading son James as they make their way down toward turn number 8 in those two 1997 vintage Formula cars. And through the carousel turn they come. Into the kink. James looking a little impatient to try to take the lead. But Brian's going to hang on to that top spot here for a little while longer. As these cars capable of laps in the 140s around this 4-mile racetrack. Right out to the edge at turn 14. James pulls alongside for the photo finish here at the start-finish line as James takes over the lead for this lap. Nick Griot leading the second wave. Robert Blaine, Doug Mockett now up into third in the Penske. Kevin McClurg in fourth spot. Richard Griot back to seventh in the 34. Paul Hagar in the Tyrrell in eighth. Then Travis Engen in the first of the Formula B cars in his Ralt RT1, number 1. Then the 2-liter Formula B, number 17 of Kyle Buxton, followed by Josh Bowler and Tony Smith. James stretching his legs a little bit at the front as he's setting the early pace here in the intramural battle of the French family. That number 11 of James, driven by Ralf Schumacher and Giancarlo Fisichella in the 1997 Formula One season. 3 podiums, finishing 5th in the Constructors' Championship that year for Jordan. Brian in the Benetton, Jean Alesi and Gerhard Berger. Alexander Wirtz among the drivers in that championship winning team with 1 win and 7 podiums. They finished third in the Constructors' Championship that year. As Brian with a nose ahead this time by, as they're taking it easy, lapping in the 206s. Nick Griot continues to stretch his advantage over Robert Blaine. As we check the lap times, Blaine a little quicker on that last lap, so that one may not be over yet. Doug Mockett in the Penske in the 3rd spot. Kevin McClurg right behind him. As we follow this battle at the front of the points-paying battle. The Blaine car with the high airbox is 1 year older than the cars of Nick Griot in the 761, the 1976. Doug Mockett's Penske, also a 76 vintage. The 716, the newer version of that car, did not win any races in that 76 year. But the 1975 version, Vittorio Brembria won the 75 Austrian Grand Prix. And Leila Lombardi was in a March 751 when she scored points in Spain, the only female driver ever to score points in a Formula One event. Robert Blaine right there in the battle for the lead, in the points battle at least for Griot. As the Frenches, again, a formation finish across the line with a 2:05 lap time. Doug Mockett in 3rd in that Penske. Jeff Ferris designed that. John Watson and Jean-Pierre Jarier were the drivers for Penske that year. Watson won in Austria in 76. That was the last year of Formula One for the Penske organization as they concentrated on their IndyCar efforts after the 76 season. Great side-by-side battle between Kevin McClurg and Richard Griot for 6th and 7th. 8 thousandths of a second at the line. Paul Hagar in the number 3 Tyrrell was only a half a second further back. And then Kyle Buxton in the first of the Formula 2 cars just behind him as he moved around Travis Ingen to take over 9th spot. So a nice 4-car dice here with McClurg in the number 41 with the red highlights. Followed by Richard Griot and then Paul Hagar in the candy liveried 1980 Tyrrell. Oh, side by side through turn 6. McClurg and Griot go side by side, still side by side. McClurg gets back to the front. Now Griot dives down to the inside of the run down to turn 8. Hold your breath. McClurg makes it happen. And the Tyrrell right there to pounce in the hands of Paul Hagar. If those two come together, and not that far behind is Kyle Buxton in that March 77B Formula 2 car. As another formation finish across the line for the Frenches. But this 4-car battle is a dandy. Kyle Buxton side by side with Paul Hagar in the Tyrrell, trying to take over that spot. As McClurg climbs the hill with Richard Griot right on his tail. Travis Ingen coming by in the number 1 Ralt RT1. Ron Turnek's first design after he left Brabham and formed Ralt. McClurg and Griot continue their battle for 6th and 7th. About 17 seconds behind the lead grouping. And there's been a change there. Griot making the pass on McClurg. So Griot up into 6th spot, McClurg back to 7th. As the Frenches start lapping in the 204s now, a 204.8 for Brian French, setting the fast lap of the race. McClurg trying to go down to the inside, getting squeezed a bit by Richard Griot. As he had to get a couple wheels off in the grass, Griot goes wide. And that's going to open the door for Paul Hagar in the Tyrrell to make that a 3-car battle. And that Formula 2 car of Kyle Buxton right there with him in that March 77B, the 2-liter Formula 2 car. Hagar goes a little bit wide at the exit of turn 1. That's going to open the door for Buxton, and Buxton takes advantage of it as he moves up into 8th as Hagar left his braking just a little bit too late coming into the first turn. Richard Griot, after making that pass on McClurg, has begun to draw away just a little bit. With Kyle Buxton now up into the 8th position. Paul Hagar dropping back to 9th in the Tyrrell. As the Frenches continue their side-by-side battle. Putting a lap on the chevron of Tony Smith. Back to the French battle as they work their way out of turn 3 and down the Moraine sweep toward turn 5 under the Sargento Bridge. Nick Griot has spotted himself to about a 4-second lead over Robert Blaine at the front of the historic F1 field. Doug Mockett in the Penske, another 8 seconds back. And then a good gap back to the battle that we've been following with Richard Griot, Kevin McClurg, Paul Hagar, and Kyle Buxton. But the French family battle continues. Brian at the lead right now. The V10s really scream coming down the straightaway. The DFVs in the Formula One cars with the 8-cylinder motors next on the pitch scale. And then the 2-liter cars and the 1600 cars, the 4-cylinder cars for the rest of the field with a slightly lower pitched exhaust note. It's part of the fun of these vintage weekends to listen to the different engine notes in all these cars. So much of the racing that we get to watch, contemporary racing, are so much similarity with the cars that they all sound the same, but these all have their distinctive signature sound. Nick Griot comes by, Robert Blaine. Reasonably close, about 6 seconds. And it's another 9 seconds back to Mockett. But Brian and James French contend to have their battle all to themselves. Some 40 seconds in front of the rest of the field. Kyle Buxton in the lead Formula 2 car, the 77 March 77B. Closing down ever so slowly on Kevin McClurg. He's only about 0.8 of a second back. So Buxton has already passed one of the Formula 1 cars. Maybe he can make it two. As the Frenches come side by side as they get past Travis Ingen running in 11th spot. Travis running second among the 1600cc Formula 2 cars. James French back to the point. Great drone shot as they come down the hill into turn 5. Kevin McClurg has pulled off at the exit of turn 8, off to driver's right, right up against the barrier. As a mechanical issue has dropped him out. And the Frenches swap positions one more time at start finish, with Brian back to the lead. They're closing down on Josh Bowler in the 119 Chevron. Richard Griot and Kyle Buxton coming by our vantage point. Paul Hagar in the number 3 Tyrrell. As the Frenches come to the line one more time. We'll see the 1 to go next time by. So we're on the penultimate lap. Eight cars remain on the lead lap. And the French is closing down on Paul Hagar. Looks like they might catch him before the end of this lap as they work their way into the carousel. Hagar in the 1980 Tyrrell. Just 17 years older than the 1997 Formula One cars from the French family. Blue flags being shown to Hagar so he can be aware that they're coming up behind him. As they both duck to the inside to see the white flag. 1 lap to go. Brian leading James, with the Tyrrell right behind in 8th place, so 7 cars remaining on the lead lap. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for Group 6. 10-minute call to the grid for Group 6. This is your 10-minute call to the grid, please. Kyle Buxton next on the order for the Frenches. Looks like they're going to catch Kyle before this lap is over, leaving 6 cars on the lead lap. As the Frenches have been rather circumspect in their racing here, as again, we've seen these cars lapping in the 140s, and their fast lap in this race, 2:04 and some change, almost 2:05. As James takes over the front position as they close up on the back of Kyle Buxton in the Formula 2 car. And they're going to peel off into the pit lane, are the Frenches. So Buxton will be the final car to see the white flag. Paul Hagar comes by. In the Tyrrell. As Nick Griot taking over the lead of the race as the Frenches have pulled off into the pit lane. Just now coming into Canada corner with a comfortable lead, almost 11 seconds over Robert Blaine. And climbing the hill. And the double checkered flags fly for Nick Griot as he takes the win. In the 1976 March 761, number 35. Robert Blaine next across the order in the March 751, number 9. Followed by Doug Mockett in the Penske PC4, number 28. Maurice Phillip doing the design work on that car. Derek Daly took a 4th at Brands Hatch in 1980, and Eddie Cheever a 4th at Silverstone in 81. The best finish for that Tyrrell machine. Richard Griot hangs on to 4th spot in the number 34 March. And I I believe Kyle Buxton and Paul Hagar were still on the lead lap to Nick Griot. As there is Buxton in the Formula 2 March 77B. Hagar across the line in the Tyrrell for a 6th place finish. Travis Engen would be next in the number 1 Ralt RT1. Taking the win in the 1600cc sweepstakes for the Formula 2 cars. Attention in the paddock, 5-minute call to the grid for Group 6. 5-minute call to the grid for Group 6, historic big bore production. Group 6, 5-minute call. Four more races to go as the historic big bore production and GT cars next up for Group 6. Just to recap our class winners here in the HF1 category, Nick Griot taking the win in the number 35, Robert Blaine in the 9, and Doug Mockett in the 28. Your top 3. In the HF2 category for the 2-liter Formula 2 cars, Kyle Buxton, the only car running in the number 17. For the 1600cc Formula 2 cars, Travis Engen taking the win in the number 1. Tony Smith in the 15 Chevron 2nd. Josh Bowler finishing 3rd in the 119. The 1 minute warning's been given to our false grid as we're getting ready for the cars to roll away. And here they come. Todd Trefford on the pole in the number 41 Porsche Baby Turbo. Samuel Lecomte in the 167 Corvette Coupe alongside. Jody O'Donnell in the number 46 Corvette Coupe. Next to the 42 Corvette of Rick Mooney. Travis Frang in the number 0 Corvette. Tim Cornelius then in the number 47 Camaro Z28 outside of row 3. Row 4 has the 37 of John Anderson in his Corvette. And John Spires in the number 28 Ford Mustang. We saw him earlier in the USRRC race. Damon DeSantis is in row 5 in the number 82 Porsche RSR. Harry Dinwiddie in the number 73 Chevy Corvette Roadster. In row 6, the 55 of Pat Womack in his Porsche 911. And Mark Hannafin in car number 85, a Chevy Camaro Z28. Row 7, the 33 Brie of Mark McEllier in his Corvette. And the 56 of Darren Lavaris in a Mustang GT. In row 8, the 79 of Steve Hughes in a Shelby GT350. And the 89 of Nick Clements in a Porsche 911E. Row 9, the 76 of Brian Morrison in a Corvette. And the 212 of John Bergendahl in a Ford Mustang 2+2. Row 10 has the 148 of Francis Florido in a Porsche 911, followed by Tom Linton in the 1A Porsche IROC RSR. Row 11, the 86 of Cooper Dubois in a Chevy Corvette, and Randy Nonnenberg in car 54, a Shelby GT350. In row 12, Claire Schwindeman in the 137 Corvette, and the 58 of Frank Beck in his Porsche 911S. Row 13, the 23 of Avery Stuckert in a Corvette, and Bill Trefford in the number 24 Corvette. In row 13, a Jeff McCormick in the number 60 Datsun 240Z, Patrick Perronnet in the number 69 Porsche 911 SC. Philip Taxman in the number 2 Jaguar XKE Coupe. Anthony Marini in the number 33 Ford Falcon. Robert May in the 13 Dodge Challenger. Evan Pecore in the number 18 Chevy Corvette Roadster. And the last car out of the field is the 117 of Craig Sutherland in his Porsche 911 ST. Francis Florido in the 148, Tom Linton in the 1A, Bill Trefford in the 24, Trent Thompson in the 9, Andrew Munt in the 5, A.C. DiAugustine in the 84, Stephen Lisa in the 19, James Dominic in the 92, Samuel Lecomte in the 156, Charles Munt in the 1, George Biscup in the 11, and David Roberts in the 12. Did not come across the line. Actually, here comes the 24. Of Bill Trefford in his Corvette. So 31 cars, it looks like, have come out. Todd Trefford took the win in the qualifying race yesterday in the number 41. And he'll start from the pole. Samuel Lecomte finished second. Jody O'Donnell in the 46 was third. Rick Mooney was fourth. Pretty much the order that they're gridded in here. As the safety car brings the field out of Canada corner. Already well formed up here. Trefford's Porsche was about 4 seconds a lap faster than Lecomte in the Corvette. So we'll see if he can match that kind of pace in race trim this afternoon as the safety car pulls into the pit lane, turning the field over to Treffert and Lecomte, O'Donnell and Mooney in row 2. Travis Frang in the orange number 0, Tim Cornelius in the 47 Camaro next door, and there's the green. Samuel Lecomte getting the jump at the line. Treffert on the inside, the 46 right behind of Jody O'Donnell in that black Corvette, going to stay on the outside. It's still Lecomte at the point in the red, white, and blue number 167. Then Treffert. Then O'Donnell. Rick Mooney and Claire Schwendeman battling for 4th and 5th. As the leaders head under the bridge, as O'Donnell challenging Treffert for that 2nd spot. Trying to make it a Corvette 1-2, and he does so. As Treffert drifts back to 3rd here on the opening lap. Then a little gap back to the 137 of Claire Schwendeman in his 88 Corvette Roadster. Treffert retakes the repass on O'Donnell and the run up the hill to the Corvette bridge. So Treffert back up into 2nd spot now. As he takes a lap or two to get that Porsche spooled up and down to the inside of turn 8. Still side by side. Lecomte gets a little bit more grunt off the corner and is able to maintain the lead. So a good battle here as a kind of a 3-car breakaway in the early stages here. As the Porsche thinking about going around the outside of the carousel. Can't quite make that happen. Now he switches over to make the run into the kink, and he's going to stay in 2nd spot. Behind them is the Camaro of Tim Cornelius in the 47. But it is still Lecomte with the lead. Treffert right on his tail. And Jody O'Donnell in that 3rd spot in the black Corvette. But Treffert getting impatient here as he's right on the back bumper of Samuel Lecomte in the Corvette. Up the hill they come. Treffert to the outside. Lecomte to the inside. And the superior grunt of those 2 Corvettes get the job done. As Treffert unable to take advantage of the superior handling of the Porsche. Oh, diving to the inside of Jody O'Donnell. At the exit of turn 1, Treffert back into 2nd, barely. And he makes it stick. Tim Cornelius up to 4th in that Camaro. Claire Schwendeman behind him in the 137. Then Rick Mooney in the Corvette Roadster. Rick Mooney, Travis Frang, and John Anderson. Just behind John Spires in the number 28 Mustang and Damon DeSantis rounding out the top 10. But back to the front. It's the same top 3, Lecomte, Treffert, and O'Donnell in that order. And a pretty big gap to the 4th place battle with Cornelius, Schwendeman, Mooney, Frang, and Anderson all in a bunch. Spires not that far back. Damon DeSantis, Harry Denwittle. And here's the lead battle, side by side once again at the exit of the carousel turn. Side by side through the kink. Ooh. And they both make it out the other side. Todd Treffert pedaling hard in that Porsche, trying to get in front of the Corvette of Lecomte. Down into Canada corner, and he's made the pass. So Treffert takes over the lead. Then Lecomte, then O'Donnell. And with clear air, I'm guessing Treffert will be able to pull away because on aggregate, I think he's got the quicker car. Based on qualifying at least. Like I say, he was about 4 seconds a lap faster. And yeah, you can see now that he's gotten to the front, he's been able to stretch the advantage here. As he sets fast lap of the race at a 2:20.8. Lecomte at a 2:22.9. O'Donnell at a 2:22.8. As those two Corvettes about equal lap time. Cornelius and Mooney 0.3 of a second apart. Frang another 0.8 back. So a good battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th as well. But there's the lead trio with Treffert beginning to disappear at the front. And then the two Corvettes duking it out. The red, white, and blue 167 of Lecomte, as we've got the 137 of Claire Schwendeman into the pit lane. So problem for Schwendeman. After running in 5th position, he has come into the pits for the crew to have a look. Also the Dodge Challenger, the 13 of Robert May, coming down the pit lane as well. Rick Mooney, Travis Frang, and John Anderson having a great battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. And a little further back, John Spires in the Mustang, Damon DeSantis in the Porsche. There's Spires, and then DeSantis just behind him. Harry Dinwiddie in the Corvette Roadster number 73. As Treffert resets fast lap of the race at a 2:20.1. Jody O'Donnell has gotten around Samuel Lecomte to take over 2nd spot. Rick Mooney in the 42 Roadster, and then Tim Cornelius in the Camaro. Your top 5. Travis Frang and John Anderson in the 2 Corvettes, the 0 and the 37, then Spires in the Mustang. So it's a Porsche and then a whole bunch of bow ties before the blue oval of Spires. Then another Porsche of DeSantis, Dinwiddie in another Corvette. Womack in a Porsche, Beck in a Porsche, Lavaris in a Mustang, Stuckert in a Corvette, McClayer in a Corvette, Mark Hannafin in a Camaro, Steve Hughes, Brian Morrison, Cooper Dubois, Stephen Lisa, your top 20. Travis Frang right on the back of Tim Cornelius, as those two having a good battle for 5th and 6th. Stephen Lisa in the number 19, Di Tommaso Pantera from Scottsdale, Arizona. Right at the tail end of this grouping. That's Dubois, Morrison, Hughes, and Hannafin. McGallier in the 33B. John Bergendahl in that Mustang 2+2, running in 23rd position. Tim Cornelius and Travis Frang coming by, followed by the 37 of John Anderson, then a side-by-side battle between Spires and Damon DeSantis for 8th and 9th. You can see the 37 there of John Anderson at the front of your shot. C1 Corvette of Bill Treffert, the 24, going a lap down to those runners as he's back in 29th position. Another early call to the pits for the 117 of Craig Sutherland in his Porsche 911S. Waving yellow flag here at turn 12, as we must have a car off in the runoff area there at Canada Corner. Yeah, we can see it off driver's left, with a little dimple on the left rear corner of that yellow Camaro. Meanwhile, back at the front as the leaders picking their way up through traffic. The car off there at Canada Corner is the 85. And we're going to go full course caution here. I think that car stranded there at turn 12 is going to require some additional help. Tim Cornelius in the 69 Camaro has not come by. That's a dark colored Camaro, so there he is. Yeah, he got dropped back a bit. He was running up in 5th position, dropped back to 11th, so Cornelius had an off-course excursion at some point on that lap. So as the field packs up, Todd Treffert is still your leader in the 41 Porsche. Jody O'Donnell second in the number 46 Corvette Coupe. Samuel Lecomte in the 167 Corvette Coupe, followed by the 42 Corvette Roadster of Rick Mooney, the 0 Corvette Roadster of Travis Frang, John Anderson in the number 37 Corvette hardtop, then John Spears in the number 28 Mustang, Damon DeSantis in the number 82 Porsche RSR, Harry Dinwiddie in the number 73 Corvette Roadster, Pat Womack in the 55 Porsche 911 are your top 10. Cornelius in 11th in the 47 Camaro. Frank Beck in the number 58 Porsche 911 is 12th. Avery Stuckert in the 23 Corvette is 13th. Darren Lavaris in the number 56 Mustang. And the 33B of Mark McAllier in the number 33B Corvette is 15th. Steve Hughes in the 79. Shelby GT350, the 76 of Brian Morrison in a Corvette, the 86 of Cooper Dubois in a Corvette, Stephen Lisa in the 19 De Tomasa Pantera, Nick Clements in the 89 Porsche, John Bergendahl in the 212. Mustang, as we understand, we're going to see the checkers next time by. Randy Nonnenberg in the 54 Shelby GT350, Jeff McCormick in the number 60 Datsun 240Z. Patrick Perrinet in the 69 Porsche 911 SC. Philip Taxman in the number 2 XKE Coupe. And he's the last car on the lead lap. Craig Sutherland in the 117 Porsche has not yet come by. So he may be a lap down. The car off at Canada Corner is the 85 of Mark Hannafin in his Chevy Camaro. And that brought out this yellow flag as that car was not in a great position. But we understand we're going to see the checkers as the safety car brings the field around. As we're running out of time here. Attention in the paddock, 10-minute warning for Group 2, Vintage Production. 10-minute warning for Group 2, Vintage Production, please. So as we come to the checkers, we can do the class rundowns for you. In the 10 GTO category, only 2 cars. Todd Treffert taking the win overall and in class in the number 41 Porsche. Pat Womack in the number 55 Porsche, second in that class. In the historic A production category, Jody O'Donnell taking the win in the number 46 Corvette. Samuel Lecomte in the 167 Corvette, and John Anderson in the 37 Corvette, your top 3. In the B production category, Rick Mooney taking the win in the 42 Corvette. Stephen Hughes in the 79 Shelby GT350, and Cooper Dubois in the number 86 Corvette, your top 3. In vintage B production, Avery Stuckert, your winner, in the 23 Corvette. The 54 of Randy Nonnenberg in his Shelby GT350, finishing second. In historic Trans Am, Tim Cornelius, your winner, in the 47 Camaro. Mark Hannafin in the 85 Camaro, finishing second. In the vintage A sedan, John Spires, your winner, in the number 28 Mustang. John Bergendahl in the 212 Mustang, and Anthony Marini in the 33 Ford Falcon, your top 3. In vintage A production, Stephen Lisa in the 19 De Tomasa Pantera, Philip Taxman in the number 2 Jaguar XKE Coupe, and Bill Treffert in the 24 Corvette, your top 3. In 6 GTU, the 82 of Damon DeSantis in his Porsche, Frank Beck in the number 58 Porsche, and Craig Sutherland in the 117 Porsche. Your top three as the field coming under the checkered flag. And all the rest of the classes are singletons, I believe. SSA is the only one remaining. The 69 of Patrick Perrinet was the only car taking the start in that class in his Porsche 911 SC. The countdown's down to 1 minute for our Group 2 cars, vintage production cars. B sedans, C production cars, D production cars, E production cars. Porsche 356 varieties, some Alfa Romeos, couple Morris Coopers, MGBs, Brian Davis, the pole sitter, and an Elva Courier, a first generation Corvette from Jim Chanel, a Ford Escort GT, a Triumph GT6. And here they come. Brian Davis is your pole sitter in the number 15 Elva Courier. Austin Schmidt in the number 77 Alfa Romeo Spider. In second spot, Dennis Olthoff in the number 126 GSM Dart. Kent Prather, multiple national champion in SCCA competition in the number 26 MGA. George Ballback in the Zero Porsche 356. James Cloctavi in the number 282 Austin Healey 3000. Alex Rourke in the number 62 Lotus Elan. Scott McQueen is in the 106. That's an Austin Healey 100-6. Robert Van Zelst in the number 12 356 Speedster. Jamie Jackson in the 01 Porsche 356. David Brown in the 012 Austin Healey Sprite. Pat Womack in the 57A Ford Lotus Cortina. Alan Tom is in car 1, an Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super. Christopher Candy is in the 34 Porsche 356. Tanner Hurst in the 118, or in the 18, excuse me, that's a Ford Escort GT. Michael Manser outside of row 8 in the 103, that's an Austin Healey 3000. Nick Clements in the number 8 Porsche 356. Bob Wagner in the 50 Austin Healey 3000. Brad Tank in car number 10, an MGB. Evan Hubacek in car number 7. That's a Morris Cooper S. Josh Helm in row 11 in the number 43 Honda CRX SI. David Amies in the 128 Triumph Spitfire. In row 12, the 23 of Tom Rice in a Triumph GT6. Adam Carolla in the number 90 Datsun 510, starting outside of row 12. Dan Powell in the number 33 Austin Healey 3000. Brian Petty in the 147 Datsun 1200. Jeff Lombard in the 622. That's an Austin Healey 3000. Terry Davis in the 119 Austin Healey Sprite. Peter Mika in the number 47 Lotus Europa. Doug Radix in the 190 Mercedes-Benz 190 SL. David Bizchek in the 191, another Mercedes 190 SL. James Dominic in the number 188 MGB GT. Joe Stifel in the number 59 Austin Healey Sprite. Eileen Wetzel in her number 202 Austin Healey 3000. Dan Wold in the number 35, that's a Morris Cooper S. Steve Myers in the number 181 Triumph TR4. And Karen Minnie Jacobson in the number 44, that's a Triumph TR6. So it looks like 32 cars about to take the green here. Brian Davis took the win in the qualifying race yesterday. Austin Schmidt was second. George Ballback and Alex Rourke third and fourth, respectively. Scott McQueen, who I don't believe is in the field, finished fifth. Jamie Jackson, Kent Prather, Robert Van Zelst, Nick Clements, and Alan Tom, your top 10 in the qualifying race yesterday afternoon. Brian Davis weaving around behind the safety car, getting a little temperature into the tires. As the rest of the field coming through the kink just now. Elva Courier in the hands of Brian Davis, similar to the one that the late great Mark Donahue won the F Production National Championship in 1960 and backed that up with an E Production Championship in 61 in an Elva Courier. Austin Schmidt in that beautiful number 77 Alpha Spider. As the safety car peels off and turns the field over to Brian Davis and Austin Schmidt, Dennis Olthoff and Kent Prather in row 2. George Ballback and Alex Rourke in the Lotus Elan in row 3. Green flag flies. Davis with a nose ahead, but the Alpha of Schmidt right there in the battle. Olthoff in that GSM Dart. Dives to the inside. Olthoff going for the lead here. Brian Davis a little later on the brakes. Davis is going to sweep into the lead, it looks like. Olthoff right behind him. But then Austin Schmidt in the Alpha trying to find a way up to the front. 3 wide, a little deeper in the pack. George Ballback getting around Kent Prather, I believe, up into the 4th position. As everybody works their way through turn 3 and makes the run down the hill through the Moraine sweep into turn 5. Davis at the point, side by side with Olthoff and Schmidt. Schmidt with the advantage. He'll take second, then Olthoff, then Ballback. Kent Prather just behind him. And then Robert Van Zelst in that speedster, I believe, behind him. Then the Lotus Cortina of Pat Womack up into the top 6 or 7. Davis, Schmidt, Olthoff, Ballback, then Prather, then Van Zelst. Side by side, Ballback and Prather going after it as they head out of the carousel turn. Actually, that was Olthoff that Ballback was going side by side with in the GSM. Kent Prather right on his heels with Van Zelst bringing up the rear of that lead group. Up through 6th, and then in 7th is the Cortina of Pat Womack. Brian Davis out in front. Schmidt in second, then Ballback, then Olthoff, then Prather, then Van Zelst. As we wait, as David Brown in the Sprite moves up into 7th. Pat Womack has not come by in the Cortina as he's in the pit lane. So an issue for that Lotus Cortina of Pat Womack. Early retirement. So David Brown in the Sprite up to 7th. Alex Rourke in the Lotus Elan. Jamie Jackson in the Porsche. Christopher Candy in the Porsche. Your top 10. Meanwhile, the Dart of Olthoff and the Porsche of Ballback side by side once again in the run down the hill. The Dart now up to 3rd, and he's bringing Kent Prather with him as Ballback goes from 3rd to 5th in the run down to turn 5. And Robert Van Zelst right there to pounce if Ballback falters any further. That GSM Dart, built by the Glassport Motor Company, hence GSM, in South Africa. Ball back down to the inside of Kent Prather as he takes the position at turn 8. Prather should have a little better exit from that turn. Let's see if he can recover. And he does. He gets back in front of George as they work their way into the carousel turn. That MGA of Prather able to hold off the challenge from the olive green bathtub Porsche, the 356 Roadster. Then Van Zelst, and then it's a big gap behind him to David Brown in that Sprite, the white with red lettering. There's Schmidt in the Alfa Romeo Spider. Kent Prather looking racy here. He's going after the Dart now, as he is right on the back of Olthoff in the battle for third. There's Brian Davis, then Austin Schmidt, and then this 3-car dice. Olthoff with the position in the Dart, Prather in the MG, Ballback in the Porsche. Nice shot. As the drone hovering just above the ground here. Off driver's left on the front straightaway. Austin Schmidt sets fast lap of the race from second position. As the leaders working their way out of turn 3 and down the hill toward 5. Brian Davis had spotted himself to about a 2-second lead. Schmidt lapping just a couple hundredths of a second faster than Davis, so I don't think he's in a catching position just yet. But the Dart of Olthoff and the MG of Prather have opened a little distance between themselves and George Ballback in the Porsche. As that duo crests the hill at turn 6. Kent Prather and his son Jesse from Kansas. Jesse, a multiple national champion in his own right in SCCA competition, as we'll see him competing here in the runoffs in October. He's also well known as a car builder and does a lot of engineering work for a lot of the competitors in SCCA competition in various classes. This great battle between Olthoff and Prather for third is a good one. And there goes Prather. Gets a good run down through Kettle Bottoms and has the position as he's able to move up into third spot. Kent Prather taking over third. Olthoff falls back behind him in the Dart. And Ballback resurgent here as those two went side by side. Ballback took advantage of that, got a little extra momentum to make it a nice 3-car battle. For third, fourth, and fifth, the first and second place runners getting away. They're about 6 seconds out in front of this group. Austin Schmidt resets fast lap, and now he's almost a second quicker than Brian Davis. So Davis's lead is not secure. Prather and Olthoff go side by side once again. So the battle is tightening up at the front. The battle for third continues to be a good one. As we watch the Alfa Romeo of Austin Schmidt reeling in our leader, Brian Davis. Kent Prather hanging on to his advantage down into turn 3. With Dennis Olthoff right in his wheel tracks. Ballback has not given up the ghost. He is right there as well. Robert Van Zelst, however, has dropped off the back of that battle. as Olthoff goes to the inside in the run down to turn 5. Prather's going to try to stick there. And he loses that position, but he's going to try the over-under move up into under the Corvette bridge. Prather on the inside now for turn 6, and he takes the position back. All the while, as those two are battling, Ballback is licking his chops because that gives him the advantage to close right back in again. So Ballback now all over the back of Olthoff. Olthoff diving to the inside at turn 8. Late on the brakes. Locks him up. And that's going to cost him a position because Ballback dives to the inside and is now side by side with Olthoff. So the Dart and the Porsche are side by side. Prather now with a big grin under his crash helmet as he sees them battling. It gives him a little breathing room, but George Ballback taking advantage of Dennis Olthoff's miscue there and the run down to turn 8. Through Kettle Bottoms they go. Prather now up into that 3rd spot. Olthoff in 4th. Ballback in 4th. Olthoff back to 5th. As they appear to be about equally spaced. We'll keep an eye on our leaders as they climb the hill here. It was about 1.5 seconds separating Brian Davis from Austin Schmidt a lap ago. And Schmidt appeared to be quicker. There's Davis, there's Schmidt. He sets fast lap again and gets it just over 1 second. So this one's not over yet. So we're about 11 minutes into this race with Schmidt closing down on Brian Davis. Ballback and Olthoff go side by side once again. Olthoff in that Dart gets a good run, but look at this lead battle. Schmidt closing down on our pole sitter, Brian Davis. As the Elva Courier has got company as they sweep down into turn number 5. Those two have really put some legs on the rest of the field. Kent Prather, the 3rd place runner, some 13 seconds behind, as we've got a red flag here once again. Just checking our cameras here and not seeing any reason for this red flag, as we have cars stopping around the racetrack as they are. There is a car, I think, facing the wrong direction just before the Sargento Bridge, perhaps. We're hearing there could have been a car smoking, so that would bring out the red flag if there was some fluid down on the racetrack, making it slippery and therefore hazardous to these drivers. So we'll work on that assumption until we have something more firm from race control. They're going to black flag the rest of the session. That indicates the rest of the competitors can continue on, but the checker flag being shown here at start finish. So they're going to freeze this race at the end of the last lap. So Brian Davis will take the win. Austin Schmidt in second. Kent Prather will finish third. Dennis Olthoff fourth. George Ballback fifth. Robert Van Zelst sixth. Alex Rourke seventh. All of those drivers from the Vintage C production class. David Brown will take the win in Vintage F production. Alan Tom in Vintage B sedan in the number 1 Alfa Romeo Giulia Super. Tanner Hurst in the SSD number 18 Ford Escort. Vintage D production goes to Michael Manser in the 103. We'll do a quick rundown of the top 3 in each of our classes. In Vintage C production, again, Brian Davis in the 15, Kent Prather in the 26, Dennis Olthoff in the 126, your top 3. In Vintage E production, Tom Rice in the 23, being shown in front of Austin Smith. That does not make sense. James Dominic in the 188. I think there may have been one of the cars came to a stop right here before start finish, and I think that may have put a false pass by the transponder in any event. Vintage F production, David Brown, the win in the Austin Healey Sprite, number 012. David Amies in second in the 128. Spitfire, David Bizchek taking the win, or third place, should we say, in the Mercedes 190 SL, number 191. Alan Tom taking the B sedan win in the Alfa Romeo Giulia over the 57A of Pat Womack in the Cortina, who pitted after just one lap. Tyner Hurst winning SSD in the 18 over Josh Helm in the 43 Honda. Brad Tank taking the Vintage D production honors in the number 10 MGB over Michael Manser in the 103 Healey 3000 and Bob Wagner in the 50 Healey 3000. Vintage C sedan, Dan Wold in the Mini Cooper number 35 over Brian Petty in the 147 Datsun 1200. And that's it. Problem appears to be just past the kink as we see a line of oil to a stalled car off driver's left. So I think maybe a car lost a motor and the red flag was thrown just so they could do a cleanup here. So we may have a little bit of a delay before we grid our next race.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ready to celebrate our podium here at the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend. Finishing in third, come on up, Kent Prather. Come on up, Kent. Thank you. Congratulations. Finishing in the second spot, it is Austin Schmidt. Congratulations. And how about a nice round of applause for your winner, Brian Davis. Congratulations, Brian. There you go. All right, gentlemen, let's get the Road America hats on here. When do we get the scoring? Shortly. Not yet. Got to get a couple of clean pictures before you guys get to have a little fun. All right, let's get some pictures. All right, need a little bit of noise out of the crowd here. Woo! All right, gentlemen, pick up your bottles for a photo with the champagne bottles. And you can decide if you want to be gentlemen or have a little bit of fun. I say have some fun. How about a nice round of applause, your WeatherTech Vintage Weekend Podium, Brian Davis, Austin Schmidt, and Kent Prather.
Eric Miller doing a great job down there on the podium all day long. As our top three. We have just a little delay here while we've got some track cleanup. There's some oil down around turn 13 and 14. Cleanup down in Thunder Valley. We can see the blower working his way around to blow the oil dry off the racetrack, so it'll be just a bit. But we're understand a 5-minute warning's been given to the grid for the Group 8 race for medium displacement production. Countdown is down to 3 minutes for Group 8. 1 minute on the grid for our Group 8 historic medium displacement production cars. Two-liter and 2.5, 2.4-liter Porsches. BMW 2002, Datsun 510s. A couple sports Renaults. A whole bunch of BMWs. M3s, 330s. A Miata or two. Datsun 260Z, Sunbeam Tiger, Caterham 400. A nice amalgam of cars in this group. Porsche 944 turbos, a couple of those. And here comes the field, I believe. Matthew Lawson, Lisa Hansen. Frank Beck, Todd Treffert. And his Porsche eligible for this. So Frank Beck in the number 59 Porsche 914-6, Lisa Hansen in the 110 Porsche 911S, Craig Sutherland in the 117 911S, Matthew Lawson in a Porsche 944 Turbo. The 36 is Fritz Seidel in a Porsche 911S, George Ballback in the 0 911, Tom McGlynn in the number 8 Porsche 914-6, Dawn Myers in the 52 Porsche 911S, Nick Clements in the 81 Porsche 911S, Matthew Getzinger in the number 16 Porsche 911S, Jamie Jackson in the number 70 Porsche 914-6, Dan Candy in the 22 BMW M3, Larry Lunda in the 99 Porsche 914-6, Stephen Hoke in the 19 BMW M3, Edward Dulski in the Datsun 260Z, sorry. Gino Carini in the 127 BMW Z4, the 14 of Ike Keeler in his Datsun 510, Marcus Cookie in the 101 Porsche 911, Gerald Dulski in the 93 Datsun 240Z, Jessica Jonk in the number 28 BMW 325, Robert Bechtel in the 808 Porsche 914-6, Joe Donovan in the 469, Porsche 911 SC, Marshall Moore in the 185 Datsun 510, Kimberly Meyer in the number 20 BMW 330 Ci, Keith Conroy in the number 57 Renault Sport Spider, Randy Alexander in the 070 Datsun 510, the Triumph GT6 of Alex Ames, Michael Tews in the number 47 Datsun 240Z, Chris Simpson in the 44 Saab 900, Jamie Horner in the 1971 Triumph TR6, Tim Holmes in a Datsun 240Z, Joe Stiefel in the number 3 Miller Sports Racer, Robert Ball in the number 45 BMW 2002, Justin Pauly in a Porsche 911, Julie Dahmer in the number 18 Mazda Miata, Jensen Wettenkamp in the number 33 Sports Renault, Jimi Hendrix in the number 39 Porsche 911, Jerry David in the 895 BMW 2002, Robert Bowler in a Mazda number 94, Ethan Alexander in a Legrand Mark 18 number 38, Robert Van Zelst in a Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car with the Rothmans livery, Christopher Candy in the 67 Porsche 911, Ike Keeler in his Datsun 510. As we've got 41 cars, it looks like, eligible for this one. Todd Trefford in the number 41 Porsche 911, also in the field with Frank Beck in his number 59 911-6. Lisa Hansen, a perennial front runner in this group in her 110 Porsche. Craig Sutherland in the 117 Porsche as well. See a little latent dust there as the cars come up out of Thunder Valley, as they're rolling over the last of the oil dry. The 27 of Matthew Lawson on the pole with the Porsche 944 Turbo. And he has a nose ahead. But Lisa Hansen in that ducktail Porsche right behind him. Craig Sutherland and Fritz Seidel there as well. Big field of cars working their way down toward turn one. Lawson still with the advantage, and then Lisa Hansen slotting into second spot as they head down to turn three. Lisa Hansen takes over the lead. Lawson gets swamped as two or three cars go by him. Craig Sutherland and Fritz Seidel, I think, made that pass, as we'll catch them as they come back up the hill. But Lisa Hansen taking the lead in that 110 Porsche. Down the hill she comes, with Craig Sutherland right behind. Fritz Seidel there as well. Got a car off wide at the exit of turn 6, but looks like he's going to be able to continue. George Ballback mixing it up there in the 0 Porsche 911. Great action in this class. Lots of side-by-side racing still on the first lap as their cars are still sorting themselves out. Lisa Hansen with a couple of Porsches. Frank Beck, I think, is up in there in that 914-6, the orange one. That's him diving down to the inside. Beck, goes wide and gives up those two positions. Beck looks to be off the pace now as he's being passed by a whole bunch of cars as he's kind of crawling through Thunder Valley there. So Beck, after making that pass, with some sort of issue. Yeah, he's rolling to a stop here. He's going to pull off in the cutout. So Lawson retakes the top spot. Lisa Hansen being scored as the leader across the line. Then Ethan Alexander, Craig Sutherland, Matthew Lawson in fourth. George Ballback right behind him. Then Fritz Seidel, Tom McGlynn, Nick Clements, Don Myers, and Don Candy as your top 10. Yeah, there's Lawson just in front of Ballback. Todd Trefford in the 41 being shown a black flag. Yeah, just served his penalty. So there's Lisa Hansen. Ethan Alexander in that Legrand Mark 18 sports racer up into second spot, that orange Sports Racer with the wing. And then right behind him, Craig Sutherland in that dark Porsche, number 117. Then Matthew Lawson in the 944 Turbo in the 4th position. There's Lawson. And then a great battle just behind him, Fritz Seidel and George Ballback going after it for 5th and 6th position. Challenge for the lead. Ethan Alexander all over the back of Lisa Hansen. As you would expect that sports racer to be pretty handy. Lisa's able to hold him off as they come down into turn 12. Side by side as Ethan Alexander pops out. Lisa's probably got a little more horsepower to work with as they climb the hill. And yeah, as they get up to terminal velocity, she's got a little more straight line speed. That Legrand will be very handy. In fact, he sets the fast lap of the race, does Ethan Alexander, from 2nd. So in the twisty bits, he's going to be tough to beat as that car definitely generates more downforce, and it's much lighter than Lisa's car. But she's got a little more horsepower to contend with, but he makes the pass. So Alexander into the lead in the D Sports Racer class. Lisa still leads the historic GT1 category. And she's coming back at him again, taking advantage of the extra horsepower in that Porsche. And she takes the lead back in the run down to turn 5. But we're getting into the race section of the racetrack where Alexander will probably have the advantage, as that lighter, handier car will probably be able to find a way around in this portion. In fact, he dives to the inside at the exit of turn 6. Can't quite close the deal. Going to try it again at turn 8. Lisa's going to guard the inside line as long as she can. Gets a good run as she maintains the regular racing line through turn 8. Meanwhile, Craig Sutherland doing his best to keep up with this battle, as Alexander is going to try to go around the outside of the carousel, and he's going to make that stick. Now we get into the horsepower section past the kink. Lisa will have the advantage, perhaps. But if Alexander can run away and build up enough of a gap, she might not be able to catch him. Meanwhile, a fantastic battle just behind. Seidel, Ballback, Tom McGlynn in the number 8, 914-6. But Alexander's been able to hang on to the lead as they exit Canada Corner. Doing his best to get away here, and looks like he might have the combination worked out. Now we'll see if Lisa can run him down on the long front straightaway here. But while she's battling, Craig Sutherland inching a little bit closer. And then this great four-way battle just behind. Matthew Lawson in the 944 Turbo. Then George Ballback, then Fritz Seidel, and Tom McGlynn right in his wheel tracks in the 914-6. All the way down to turn 1, then a big gap back to Don Myers and Matthew Getzinger for 8th and 9th. Dan Candy in front of Jamie Jackson and Nick Clements. As there's Lawson, Ballback, Seidel, and McGlynn. McGlynn in that little 9:14.6 looking racy here as he's going to try to make a pass on Fritz Seidel. He's in a different class. He's in the GT2 category. McGlynn and Ballback in the same class. Seidel in the GT1 category. Lisa Hansen and Craig Sutherland. Up in second and third. Then Matthew Larson, who's drawn away from the battle behind him, with Ballback, Seidel, McGlynn just now coming through the kink. McGlynn right out to the edge of the grasscrete at the exit of the kink. Seidel making a bid on Ballback down into Canada corner. Seidel with a nose ahead as they leave Canada. Can he hold it? Still side by side, Seidel and Ballback. Ballback will have the inside line at Bill Mitchell Bend. And he's able to take the position back for a bit. There's Lawson in the 944 Turbo. Ballback and Seidel still side by side. Great racing here between those two Porsches. Up the hill they climb, side by side. I think Seidel might have a nose ahead, and he does. But Ballback's going to tuck right into the draft. And Tom McGlynn right behind him. McGlynn's going to be the first to pop as he's side by side with Ballback, kind of hemming him in. As they come down into turn one, Seidel will hang on to that position with Ballback right behind him. McGlynn now, once again, trying to get alongside George Ballback down into turn three. Thinks better of it and falls back in single file. Those three locked together. There's Lisa Hansen. There's Craig Sutherland. There's Matthew Lawson, who looks to be reeling those two in. The leader, Ethan Alexander, well out in front now with about a 5-second lead over this clutch of Porsches behind. Ballback and McGlynn getting around Fritz Seidel now as Seidel drops back to the back of this group in 7th. So Ballback in the silver with red trim number 0. Fritz Seidel trying to go to the inside of McGlynn. Thinks better of it. Falls back in single file. We have a car pulled off driver's right just before the Sargento Bridge with a mechanical issue of some kind. At the moment, they're covering it with a local yellow. Meanwhile, this battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th continues to be a dandy. George Ballback in front of Tom McGlynn, and he's got Fritz Seidel right on his back bumper. Driver is out of that car, stalled there before the Sargento Bridge, so they've gone back to a green flag in that situation. Fritz Seidel and McGlynn side by side, right behind George Ballback as they come down into turn number 1. And I think Matthew Lawson in the 944 Turbo reeling in Craig Sutherland. He's down to about 2.5 seconds. And on that last lap, he was about a half a second a lap quicker. So we'll see if he's got anything for the 3rd place battle. Our leader catching up to the back of the pack. He'll begin to deal with traffic here before too much longer. Marshall Moore in the 185, Datsun 510, about to be caught by the leader, I believe. As we see this great battle deeper in the pack. The 44 Saab of Chris Simpson with the BMW 2002 of Robert Ball right behind him. And then Jim Hendricks in the number 39 Porsche. That's the battle for 27th, 28th, and 29th. The white flag being shown to our leader. 1 lap to go. So Alexander with a 7-second lead over Lisa Hansen. Craig Sutherland comes by, another 2 seconds back. Matthew Lawson just about 1 second and 3/10. Still faster than Sutherland, but I don't know if he's got enough time to catch him with only 1 lap to go. But the Ballback McGlynn-Seidel battle continues as those 3 separated by less than 1 second. But here comes our leader down the hill. Justin Pauly in the 444 Porsche going a lap down to the leader. Jensen Wettenkamp in the Spec Renault right behind him. There's Lisa Hansen, the 2nd place runner, with Craig Sutherland giving chase as they are making the run to the checkers here. Hansen working her way past the lapped traffic. And she makes that pass cleanly. Sutherland going side by side with the 444. Sutherland being reeled in by Lawson, but I think he's going to come up a little short. Matthew Lawson challenging to get on the podium here, the overall podium. Up the hill they come, getting ready for the checkers. Checkered flag flies for Ethan Alexander, taking the win in the Legrand. Mark 18, Lisa Hansen finishing 2nd. Craig Sutherland across the line in 3rd. 4th goes to Matthew Lawson. Waiting for the Ballback McGlynn-Seidel battle. Oh, and they're side by side, and Fritz Seidel wins it, taking the position at the stripe by 37 thousandths of a second over George Ballback. Tom McGlynn falling back at the end as he got caught up in some traffic. He'll still finish in 7th position, as we would expect Don Myers next in the number 52 Porsche 911S. Todd Trefford actually gets around Don at the end of the race, so Trefford takes 8th spot, Don Myers in 9th. Matthew Getzinger finishing in the 10th position. You've got a slow-moving vehicle on track to recover a stalled car as these cars coming to the checkers. Ethan Alexander in the only vintage D Sports racer in the field. In HGT1, Lisa Hansen takes the honors. In the 110, Craig Sutherland finishing second. In the 117, Matthew Lawson in the Porsche 914 Turbo, number 27, finishing third. In the HGT2 category, George Ballback winning the medals for that class. In the 0, Tom McGlynn. In the 8, 914.6, finishing second. Larry Lunda in the 99 914.6, finishing third. In the HGT3 category, Jamie Jackson taking the honors. In the number 70 914.6, Michael Toes. In the number 47 Datsun 240Z, and Justin Pauley in the 444 Porsche 911. Your top three there. In SSC, Gino Carini taking the win in the number 127 BMW Z4, Jessica Jonk finishing second in the 28 BMW 325. And Chris Simpson in the number 44 Saab 900 takes third place. In the historic B sedan class, Randall Alexander in the 070 Datsun 510. Robert Ball in the 45 BMW 2002. And Jerry David in the 895 2002 are your top three. In historic GT4, Marcus Cookie takes the win. In the 101 Porsche, Tim Holmes in the number 53 Datsun 240Z. In SSB, Kimberly Meyer taking the honors in the BMW 330 number 20. Joe Donovan in the 469 Porsche 911. And Robert Van Zelst in the number 2 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup car. And finally, in the Modern Sports Racer 4, Keith Conroy taking the win. In the number 57 Renault Sports Renault, Jensen Wettenkamp in the 33 Sports Renault, finishing in second spot. One more race to go, and it's for Group 3. Sports 2000, Modern Sports Racers, coming up next. The 5-minute warning has been given to the grid for our final race of the weekend. And it's for Sports 2000, Modern Sports Racers. Race group number 3, 14 cars on the entry list. Here comes the field. Here comes the field for our final race of the weekend for Sports 2000 and Modern Sports Racers on the pole. In a Ralt RT41 C Sports Racer, Steve Forer in the number 84. Alongside him, the first of a whole bunch of Carber Sports 2000s. The 936 of Mark White will start on the front row. In his Carber, Fritz Seidel in the 02 Carber, starting third alongside the 50 of Jim Cope in a Swift DB2. Peter Escookie starts inside of row 3 in the number 20 Swift DB2. John Boxhorn in car number 89 is one of the Carber CS2s. Outside of row 3. In row 4, the 46 of Dave Kunzelman in a Radical SR3. Alongside the number 17 of Philip Lewis in his Radical SR3 as well. Kevin Leparsky is in the 262 Carber with Frederick Seidel in the number 18 Carber alongside Noah Arundel in the number 3 Carber and Scott Kuhn in the number 558 Swift DB2. Mark Daniels in the number 58 Taiga SC80 and Mike Caskey in the number 19 Lola T8690 rounds out the 13 car field. Steve Forer and Mark White on that front row. Forer's 84. The Ralt RT41 is actually a Formula Atlantic chassis, but this one has been fitted with a C Sports Racer closed wheel body. So it's basically an Atlantic in disguise as a C Sports Racer. Pretty commonplace back in the heyday of that class. The Carber CS2, of course, a very popular Sports 2000 in the closing years of that class. John Fergus won the runoff 7 times in a Carber CS2. In another earlier, almost 20 years earlier, revolutionary Sports 2000 was the Swift DB2. Dave Bruns, the Swift engineer, revolutionized Sports 2 with his first design of that car back in the late 60s. Or late 80s, sorry. The Taiga of Mark Daniels, the 58. Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley built the Taigas. But if the qualifying race yesterday was any indication, Steve Forer should have the pace to stay out in front. Forer took the win in the qualifying race by almost 45 seconds. So as they come to the line for the final green flag of the weekend, Forer jumps out already. Frederick Seidel and Jim Cope, though, going after him. Seidel in the Carber, Cope in the DB2. And I think Cope's going to have the advantage. As they head down the hill into turn 3. As Forer starts to get away. Good battle for third between Fritz Seidel and Jim Cope. And Fritz in the 0-2 is going to take that position. Four, in the meanwhile, is getting away at the front. And we got a smoker. Car about in fourth spot, showing a little puff of smoke out the back. Four is long gone. There's Fritz Seidel with Cope right behind him. Cope goes a little deep. Frederick Seidel just behind them in the shell liveried machine, I believe, as they work their way into the carousel for the first time. Still, best battles, the one for second. Cope in the Swift, Fritz Seidel in the Carber. Nose to tail. And I think that's Frederick Seidel right behind them. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, all in a bunch. Eighth, ninth. Four are long gone. That's kind of a foregone conclusion. But the battle for the rest is not settled. Fritz Seidel, then Jim Cope, then Mark White in the 936. Kevin Leparski, Frederick Seidel back in sixth. Philip Lewis, John Boxhorn, Dave Kunzelman, and Noah Arundel, your top 10 after one lap. Fritz Seidel trying to get away with Cope. And then Mark White in the 936. All over Cope's rear wing. And then a little gap back to Kevin Leparski in the 262. So the good battle's the one for third. White goes down to the inside of Cope and makes that pass stick. So Carber's running second and third now with the DB2 Swift in the fourth spot. Philip Lewis in the Radical, back in seventh right now, the quickest of the Radicals. Dave Kunzelman in the other Radical, 2 positions behind in ninth. Steve Forer resetting fast lap of the race as he is pulling his disappearing act. A 2:12 flat for Forer. And the quickest of the Sports 2s, a 2:25 for Fritz Seidel. Mark White, Jim Cope, Kevin Leparski, Philip Lewis in the first of the Radicals. Then Frederick Seidel and Dave Kunzelman in the other Radical. The second of the Swifts is Scott Cuny back in 11th. So Jim Cope doing a great job in that much older Swift, 1986 vintage, compared to the early 2000s Carbers. Radical SR3 with the wing. The Sports 2s did not run with wings in that class. Just behind Lewis is Frederick Seidel in that 18 Carber, the orange paint scheme. Mark White looking a little racy on Fritz Seidel. He was a couple tenths quicker on the last lap, and he visibly appears to be just a little bit closer, so we'll see. Yep, there he goes down to the inside, thinking about it at Canada. But Fritz able to hold him off, for the moment at least. But Mark White looking racy here in that third spot. A little wider line for White. The red Radical back in 8th spot with Kunzelman, but he was going side by side with Frederick Seidel to try to take over that position. But this battle for second is a dandy between Fritz Seidel and Mark White. Last time in the run down the hill, White was able to close right up, fading to the center just a little bit as the Radical of Lewis trying to find a way around Kevin Leparski in the battle for 5th. The Momo Radical of Kunzelman going a little wide there at the bottom of the hill at turn 8 as he was closing down on Frederick Seidel to try to make a challenge for 7th. But this second place battle is hot and heavy. This battle for second going on as our leader has just gone by to complete lap 4, so almost half a lap separating those two already after just 4 laps. Seidel, White, Cope, Leparski, Lewis, Frederick Seidel, Kunzelman, all in line there down through 8th position. And then a bit of a gap back to John Boxhorn in the 89 Carber. He's about 5 seconds behind this grouping. And then 13 seconds back to Noah Arundel in the number 3. Scott Cuny and the other Swift well back from Arundel as well. Our leader flashes by start finish just as the second place battle is making its way through turn 7. Ooh, a little wide goes Jim Cope as the DB2 Does a nice drift out to the runoff in turn 8. He's able to keep it pointed the right direction, and here comes White thinking about it at the exit of the carousel turn. Right on the back of Fritz Seidel. Let's see if he pops to the inside or Seidel's able to make that car wide enough. Oh, he tries it, but not quite close enough to complete the pass. Lap times within a couple hundredths of each other. Even their best lap times are within less than a tenth of a second. Mark White really piling on the pressure on Fritz Seidel, hoping to force a mistake perhaps. As the radical of Philip Lewis has gotten around Leparsky up into 5th now. So Philip Lewis checking his lap times, not quite as quick as the 3 in front of him. White flag next time by. Our leader's already seen. Hasn't seen the white. He'll see the white next time by. Oh, side by side down into Canada. Mark White makes the pass and makes it stick. So Mark White takes over second spot. We'll see if Fritz Seidel has an answer for him as he's led the first 5 laps of this one in this battle. White guarding that inside line. And Seidel's going to get a run here as he's going to try to go around the outside into turn 1, but can't make the pass before the turn, but he should have a little better momentum coming off turn 1 as White was running a defensive line. Seidel sticking right with him, but not able to make the pass. Jim Cope in the Swift right there to pick up the pieces if these two have issues. So White, instead of being the hunter, is now the hunted. And here comes Fritz Seidel. Makes the pass, and then White does the repass, but he's deep on the brakes into turn 5. Goes a little wide. Seidel tries to do the over-under. Can't quite do it, so he falls back in behind. They drift through turn 6. Should see the white flag this time by for our leader, Steve Forer, who is miles ahead, almost a minute in front of the rest of the field. He has caught the back of the pack. He's closing down on Mike Caskey to put him a lap down. But Seidel made a little bit of a boo-boo, I think, because he's dropped off the back of Mark White after getting alongside in the run down to turn 5 last time. So they're coming to the white flag with Mark White solidifying his hold on that second step in the podium. The 19 of Mike Caskey into the pit lane. That was Mark Daniels that our leader just went by. So Scott Cooney, the last car on the lead lap. As this second place battle, not as close as it was, coming to the white flag. Kunzelman and the Radical, Leparski in the Carber, side by side at the line. So that battle's going to go right down to the wire for 5th and 6th. But the battle for second looks to be going the way of Mark White. But he's still got more than half a lap to go. Fritz Seidel late on the brakes, right up behind him at the exit of turn 5. See if Seidel's got a trick up his sleeve, perhaps. Meanwhile, the checkered flag's in the air for our winner. Steve Forer once again in commanding fashion. As we turn our attention back to the battle for second. Seidel trying to hug that inside, a little shorter line through the carousel. But White, if anything, extends his advantage as they head for the kink for the final time. White using all the track, Seidel leaving a little in reserve. Perhaps the final chance for an overtake here. And I think he's too far back. So Mark White looks to be on his way to the class win in the S2A category. One more turn to go for Mark White. Cleanly negotiated, and he is on his way to the checkered flag. Fritz Seidel comes home in third, second in class. Jim Cope taking the win in the S2B category for the Swifts. Kevin Leparski, Dave Kunzelman in the 46 Radical. Then Kevin Leparski, Frederick Seidel in the 7th spot. John Boxhorn across the line in 8th. Noah Arundel in the Carber number 3 was a distant 9th. As he comes across the line, Scott Cooney in the number 558 Swift DB2. As he takes the 10th place honors. So just 3 classes represented here. In the MSR 3B category, Steve Forer taking the win in commanding fashion over Dave Kunzelman. A 1:22.913, a minute 22, almost a minute 23 margin of victory in that class. Philip Lewis comes home a distant third, a couple laps down. In the S2A category for the Carbers, Mark White's your winner over Fritz Seidel and Kevin Leparski. And in S2B, Jim Cope taking the win over Scott Cooney and Mark Daniels. And that is it. Let's go down to our victory podium and we'll catch the last of the podium celebrations for our final race of the weekend for Race Group 3. As Eric Miller hosting the podium celebrations all day long down there, standing in for Brian Redman, who was unable to be with us this weekend. As Steve Forer has plenty of time to climb out of that race car, as the second and third place cars about 3/4 of a lap behind. And here come our final two podium finishers, as Mark White and Fritz Seidel roll into the victory podium. We'll send it down to Eric Miller for the podium celebrations for the final race of the weekend. Eric, anytime.
Getting set to celebrate our final podium of the weekend here at America's National Park of Speed. Letting these drivers get their gear and helmets off. Grab a drink of some cold water and a towel. Letting everybody debrief. Everybody's still talking with hands down here all day long. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin our podium celebration for the final time here on this Sunday. Finishing in third, the 02 of Fritz Seidel. Congratulations, Fritz.
Thank you, sir. Is that all?
That's all. No, just kidding. 936, finishing second, Mark White. Second place, 2 dogs. That's a good idea. Thanks, there you go. Congratulations, Mark. All right. Your winner, Steve Forer. There you go. There you go. We'll get you the laurel wreath. All right, gentlemen, grab your Road America hats, please. We'll get a couple of hats, photos. We'll get a couple of photos here. All right. All right, and then we'll get a couple of photos of you guys holding the bottles as well. And this would be the time for somebody to wrangle the dogs, because I have a feeling that someone wants to celebrate, and we're gonna help the dogs out here and get them off stage first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause. Make some noise for the celebration. Steve Forer, Mark White, Fritz Seidel. It's been a fantastic WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman. On behalf of all of us here at Road America, thank you so much for coming out on this Sunday and this entire 4-day weekend. Thanks for the parade on Friday. Thanks for the concourse both days. And from all of us here at Road America, reminding you that race car, spelled backwards, is still race car. So long, everybody. We'll see you 2 weeks for IMSA.
Thanks, Eric, and I'll add my thank you for the opportunity to be here with you for the WeatherTech Vintage Weekend with Brian Redman. I can't wait to do it again, as this has really been a great experience for me. Hope to see you for Fall Vintage later this season, and we'll be here for the runoffs as well coming up in October. So on behalf of Eric Miller and the entire family here at Road America, thanks. Safe journey home wherever you're headed. We'll see you down the road.